Today on the 19th of January 2024, and welcome to the NAM special broadcast. Well, in our top stories of the NAM special broadcast, the African Union has condemned the unacceptable, immoral, illegal humanitarian unfairness and demands for an immediate end of the war against the Palestinians. The African Commission Chairman Moussa Faki made the statement at the opening of the Non-Aligned Movement Heads of State Summit in Kampala today.
Africa condemns this unacceptable moral, legal and humanitarian failure and demands an immediate end to the unjust war against the Palestinian people and for the immediate implementation of the two-state solution. I again express the African Union's full and unwavering support to the Palestinian people. And as a non-aligned movement, we should all demand a stand for international justice and international law for all people fighting for freedom and dignity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the early days of the movement, its actions were key factors in the decolonization process, while later led to the attainment of freedom and independence of many countries across the globe. Throughout its history, the non-aligned movement has played a fundamental role in the preservation of world peace and security. You would agree with me, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that the founders of NAM have preferred to declare it as a movement instead of an organization in order to avoid bureaucratic implications of the latter and to reinforce its values as a movement for political and social justice. The membership criteria formulated during the preparatory conference in Cairo, Egypt in 1961 shows that the movement was not conceived to play a passive role in the international politics, but to formulate its own positions in an independent manner so as to reflect the interests of its member states. Much has been achieved, but we continue to face many challenges, old and new. Current challenges facing NAM includes the necessity of protecting the principles of international law, eliminating weapons of mass destruction, combating terrorism, defending human rights, working towards making the United Nations more effective in meeting the needs of all its member states in order to preserve international peace, security and development, as well as justice in the international economic system. The climate change crisis is a new but urgent global challenge. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa has surmounted numerous challenges in the past from which the continent has learned key lessons as it gears up to build the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve, as outlined in our Continental Development Agenda, Agenda 2063. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, launched by the African Union, represents a global market of more than 1.3 billion people to boost intra-African trade, but also with the world to deepen cooperation for shared affluence. Despite this progress made, many African countries are still facing different forms and magnifications of terrorism, as well as transnational organized crime that risk to undo the important developmental gains on the continent. Africa is now a member of the G20, a key global platform to express the views of the continent with the rest of the world. However, the reform of international global political, financial, and economic institutions to ensure global equity remains a priority for Africa and the global South.
The President of the United General Assembly, Denis Francis, is deeply concerned and dismayed with the growing calamity in the Gaza Strip, and he called upon the non-aligned movement to exert its influence in bringing a halt to the carnage that is hopelessly being witnessed. Denis stressed that the situation in the Gaza beholds everyone to ask how much is enough and the real concept of enough.
Our world is beset with profound, multifaceted challenges which demand creativity and consensus building to fashion effective solutions. Unhappily, it is precisely in the opposite direction that we are headed. Widening inequalities are breeding fresh grievances, while mistrust and geopolitical competition are hampering efforts to realize our aspirations of achieving sustainable development by 2030. In Ukraine, the Middle East, and here in Africa, crises and conflicts are laying bare the limits of the multilateral system, raising legitimate questions as to the relevance and value of the United Nations itself in terms of its ability to resolve global issues, and whether we, as a global community, can deliver the promise of peace and prosperity for all. There is no doubt that the world is deeply fragmented, complicating the mission and undermining the traditional mechanisms adopted by the United Nations in addressing major problems. And while we must, out of necessity, engage in introspection and adopt more effective strategies and methods to achieve delivery and meaningful impact, the one thing we must work hard to avoid is the loss of our ability to find common purpose and to act decisively when the moment demands it. I must tell you that I am deeply concerned and indeed dismayed about the ongoing calamity in the Gaza Strip. And so I call upon this movement to exert its influence in bringing a halt to the carnage that we are haplessly witnessing. That situation behoves us to ask, how much is enough? And does the very concept of enough even exist in this setting? Looking to the future of the region, I reiterate my urgent call on all parties to refrain from any action that could further spill over into neighboring countries. The General Assembly, encompassing the voice of the vast majority of member states, has been clear. In that regard, I renew the demand for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and for the release of all hostages. This stands as the only credible course of action to authentically address, let alone resolve, this conflict. The wanton prosecution of violence only inspires intergenerational and cyclical appetites for retribution and reprisal. After various iterations of war over several decades, I am convinced that a negotiated political solution is the sole path through which both Israelis and Palestinians will see realized their fundamental right to a life of peace based on the two-state solution. As President of the General Assembly, I will support and encourage any and all initiatives to that end. You can count on me to remain steadfast in that commitment. It is precisely for these reasons that I chose peace as the first of 4 priorities of my presidency, reflecting its foundational importance as a prerequisite for achieving prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. The history of NAM itself teaches us important lessons that remain valid today, bearing in mind that the movement was formed at a time of unprecedented global division, when the world appeared to be on the brink. Given NAM's commitment to and advocacy for peace, representing more than half of the global population, it has an indispensable role in guiding our world pragmatically towards a more secure, more just, and more prosperous future for all, where harm.
The Vice President of the Cancer Republic of Cuba, His Excellency Salvador Mesa, has called on the non-aligned movement member states to keep their forces united for their voices to be heard in defense of the aspirations and just demand of their people. Mesa revealed that it's conditioned and has undertaken to promote unity, solidarity and cooperation among countries of the Global South. Mesa revealed that the situation in Gaza is deeply unjust and extremely discriminative to the people. He reaffirmed Cuba's strong rejection against the implementation of unilateral coercive measures, which have been imposed on members of NAM.
Today, faced with new global challenges, it is essential, it is imperative that we keep our forces united. We need to coordinate positions and ensure that our voice is heard in defense of the aspirations and just demands of our peoples. Cuba, in its condition as chair of the Group of 77 and China, has undertaken to promote unity, solidarity and cooperation among the countries of the South. We urgently need to coordinate our nations in the face of the current international order, which is deeply unjust, it is excluding, and it is discriminatory towards our peoples. We reaffirm our strong rejection against the implementation of unilateral coercive measures which have been imposed on several members of our movement. Cuba would like to underscore its support to the right of the people of Western Sahara to self-determination. We express also our unequivocal support to the right of Puerto Rico to exercise its self-determination and independence. Excellencies, since last October the 7th, we have been witness to one of the cruelest genocidal acts ever to be recorded by history. With impunity and repulsive brutality, Israel has submitted the Palestinian people to a collective punishment that has already taken the lives of more than 20,000 innocent civilians as it's told. How can the Western countries, who claim to be so civilized, justify the murder of women and children in Gaza, the indiscriminate bombings of hospitals and schools, and the deprivation of access to safe water and food? We could further ask, as was done by the historical leader of our Cuban Revolution, Fidel Castro, in a summit like this back in 1979. Is it not true that we can observe in this irrefutable demonstration of imperialism's aggressive role and the kind of order and peace they would wish to impose on our peoples. Cuba suggests the non-aligned movement, being consistent with the historical support to the Palestinian people, that the non-aligned movement should, as I said, carry out without further delay 4 practical actions as a contribution to the efforts intended to halt the current act of barbarism. 1. Call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the rest of the occupied Palestinian territories in all possible forums. 2. To support the urgent dispatch of international protection mission authorized by the UN General Assembly to the Gaza Strip with a key mandate to guarantee the security and protection of the civilian population and facilitate the delivery of emergency humanitarian aid.
That was the Vice President of the Council of Republic of Cuba, His Excellency Salvador Mesa, with a recurring message of requesting for a ceasefire at the Gaza Strip. Moving on, President Yoweri Museveni has maintained his stance that the world should concentrate on addressing common human problems through trade, the advancement of science and technology to tackle human issues, environmental concerns, crime and terrorism. He emphasized respect for fundamental human rights and the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all nations. These remarks were made after he assumed leadership as the chairman of the non-aligned movement.
His Excellency, in absentia, the President of Azerbaijan, who has been our chairperson for the last 3 years, who is represented here by the Foreign Minister who was speaking a little while ago. Excellencies, the heads of state and government and the heads of delegations of the non-aligned movement. Excellency, representing the Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres. Excellency Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the UN General Assembly. Her Excellency the Vice President of Uganda and all other government and party leaders of Uganda. Fellow Ugandans, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Your Excellencies, the heads of state and governments, and the heads of delegations of the non-aligned movement countries. This grouping of countries accounts for 4.46 billion people of the world. It was started by our far-sighted elders in the persons of His Excellency Sukarno of Indonesia, His Excellency Jawaharlal Nehru of India, His Excellency Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, and His Excellency Zhou Enlai of China, when they met in Bandung, Indonesia, 1955. That time I was in primary 3 in the school. The first summit of the non-aligned movement took place in Belgrade, Yugoslavia, in 1961, and was attended by Afghanistan, Algeria, Burma, Cambodia, Ceylon, Congo, Cuba, Cyprus, Ethiopia, Ghana, Guinea Conakry, I think here of Guinea Conakry, India, Indonesia, Iraq, Lebanon, Mali, Morocco, Nepal, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Sudan, Tunisia, United Arab Republic, Egypt, Yemen, and Yugoslavia. The emergence of the non-aligned movement was a necessary antidote to the irrational polarization of the world of that time between the capitalist Western countries and the communist, mainly Eastern countries. By the early 1960s, our student group was already beginning to be active. We were the third generation of the African anti-colonial freedom fighters. The first generation had been the African-American Pan-Africanists, such as Marcus Garvey, George Padmore, W.B. Du Bois, that had been joined by those who founded the African National Congress of South Africa in 1912. By 1900, the whole of Africa, except for Ethiopia, had been colonized. This direct colonization of the whole of the African continent was the culmination of 400 years of the plunder of Africa by the evil imperialist forces in the form of slave trade and the genocide wars that went with it, the newly discovered Americas, Asia, China, and the Pacific, Australia, New Zealand, and so on, had been similarly aggressed, colonized, semi-colonized, like in the case of China, and plundered. Africa's capitulation, Africa's surrender, had been in part on account of our egocentric chiefs and kings, who out of selfishness could not unite us to fight these evil people. The second generation of the African freedom fighters were people like Mzee Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanzania, Nelson Mandela of South Africa, etc., who emerged in the 1940s. When we therefore came on the scene in the 1960s, we were generation 3 of the anti-colonial fighters. We seriously studied the interplay of forces that had ultimately led Africa in such a calamity. In those studies, we used the instrument of political economy, which is a study that helps us to discover the fundamental laws that govern the motion of society from one social system to another. What prompts society to change from one form of social system to another? That was our big study. we had to study the dynamics of social change. In that study, we discovered that man, the Homo sapiens sapien, who emerged here in Africa 4.5 million years ago, had been the main actor. Initially, this wise man, that is what Homo sapiens sapien means, was coping with the oppression of man by nature in the form of the floods, the droughts, the diseases, the wild animals, the earthquakes, etc. These natural phenomena were, of course, oppressing other creatures, such as the wild animals, the plants, as well. However, those other creatures could do little or nothing to tame nature. The only thing they could do was to adapt themselves to nature in order to survive. That is how the beaver in the cold climates hibernates during the winters so as to survive. It is only a man that has the ability to try and tame the natural phenomena and harness them to improve his quality of life. Why does man have this capacity? It is because of the three characteristics of man. These are a superior brain that is able to reason and not only act by instinct, a hand that can make and use tools to do work, and bipedalism, ability to walk on two legs with the head up instead of the head being down like a reptile, trying to navigate among ground-based obstacles that enables man to see far and think. These characteristics enabled man to invent tools, starting with stone tools, wooden tools, iron tools, until today, when he is able to make tractors and machine tools, etc. These tools enabled man to make scientific inventions that precipitated qualitative and quantitative changes in society. The invention of fire 1.5 million years ago caused society to move from dwelling in trees to dwelling in caves and on the ground generally. Caves were more comfortable than the trees. The invention of the domestication of crops around 10,000 years ago, the domestication of the livestock around 12,000 years ago, the invention of the iron around 1,500 BC, the steam engine, the printing press, electricity, the railway, the automobiles, the aircraft, the automation, vaccines, the invention of penicillin, the invention of quinine, etc., enabled man to cope better and enabled him to harness natural phenomena and items for the betterment of his life. Our study of political economy of creation and society, therefore, enabled us to discover that the best primer of changes, primer means initiator of changes in society, is the development of science and technology. Therefore, societies that move forward their levels of science and technology lay a basis for positive social change and should be encouraged by the progressive forces of the world. This encouragement should be irrespective of the social systems of the concerned societies. However, when man's inventiveness was handling the operation of man by nature, another form of operation of man emerged. This was the operation of man by fellow men. So man had two problems now: operation of man by nature, operation of man by fellow men. This was the operation of man by fellow men. Karl Marx is one of the few analysts that seems to have tackled this new problem for man accurately. He pointed out that it was only during the time of the primitive communalism, when man was still living in hunter-gatherer societies, that society was free of oppression of man by fellow men. Thereafter, all subsequent social systems had elements of oppression of fellow men of varying degrees. This was in the form of wars of conquest, wars of aggression, slavery, imperialism, neocolonialism, colonialism, feudalism, primitive capitalist accumulation, are totally unnecessary and only propelled by greed. Was it necessary for the Ottomans to block the Europeans from using the Silk Road that had been pioneered by Marco Polo when they captured Constantinople in 1453? When the Europeans were thus blocked, they started looking for a sea route around Africa, led by the Portuguese, one of them being Prince Henry, the Navigator of Portugal. This was a legitimate and positive response forced on the Europeans by the unreasonable actions of the Ottomans. As a consequence of that effort, Christopher Columbus reached the Americas in 1492, and Vasco da Gama went around the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa in 1498. By this time, the positive efforts of the Europeans looking for a sea route around Africa had already started being polluted by the evil of slave taking by the Portuguese. It is said that the first slaves were captured by the Portuguese in the year 1441. The two great achievements of discovering the Americas and going around Africa by sea soon proved harbingers of great evil to Africa, the Americas, and Asia. As bullies, the Europeans used their progress in technology of shipbuilding and the use of gunpowder to conquer Africa, the Americas, Asia, and the Pacific. European looting of the rest of humanity through slavery, imperialism, colonialism, semi-colonialism, conquest, and extermination of the indigenous people in some cases went on for 500 years. Instead of humanity celebrating the scientific advances in shipbuilding, the wider use of gunpowder, which had been discovered by the Chinese around 800 BC, the wider use of quinine against malaria that the Spanish had learned from the indigenous Indians of the Americas, the printing press, the steam engine, and all the other inventions were to spend 500 years in anti-colonial wars to expel the evil parasites. In the case of Africa, it is only in 1994 that the indigenous people of South Africa regained control of their country. So we had to spend 500 years dealing with idiotic schemes by greedy people. The oppressors miscalculate when they use their temporary advantage in science and technology to think that they can use that to indefinitely oppress other people. The oppressed will learn, catch up, and defeat the oppressor. That is why empires always all collapse. All empires always collapse. The idea of empires is an evil idea. I don't want to impose my beliefs on you, but as a Christian, in the book of the Acts of Apostles, it says that empires are evil. You go and read the book of the Acts of Apostles. St. Paul describes empires as evil. People are supposed to be free, not to be conquered by empires. We should only have free associations of nations, people of common or shared origin, interacting for mutual advantage with the peoples of the world. Therefore, we, the resistance fighters of Uganda, are flabbergasted and look down with contempt at the philosophical, ideological, and strategic shallowness of some of the actors of the world. Why not respect freedom of everybody if you say you are a Democrat? If you say you are a Democrat, why don't you respect the freedom of everybody? How can you say you are a Democrat and yet you want other people to be slaves? Why do you not seek influence? Why do you not seek to influence people by your good example instead of manipulation, lectures, and threats? Again, in the book of Matthew, it says, "Let your light so shine before men that they see your good deeds and praise your Father who is in heaven." Influence people by example, not by threats and manipulations. Chauvinists of race, religion, tribe, or gender should stop wasting our time and opportunities with their shallow schemes. Action will inevitably invite counteraction. Oppression will invite resistance. That is why we, the resistance fighters of Uganda, only fight just wars. We abhor unjust wars. The promoters of unjust wars lose most of the time. These are wars of imperialism, conquest, domination, etc. In the 500 years of European aggression against Africa, it was only from 1912, when the African National Congress was founded in South Africa, that modern freedom fighters came forward to lead the African resistance, the traditional, illiterate African chiefs having failed to defend our sovereignty except for Menelik of Ethiopia, who defeated the Italian aggressors in 1896. It took the modern African resistance fighters only 82 years to clear the whole of Africa of these invaders, with South Africa being the last to get freedom in 1994. In that 82 years, you had the Mau Mau in Kenya, the resistance wars in Algeria, Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Namibia, South Africa, Zimbabwe, etc. We won everywhere. Our African brothers in all these wars won. But after losing a lot of time, why had the imperialists thought of dominating us in the first place? Therefore, the non-aligned movement was correct. The illogical polarization of the 1940s, 1950s, 60s, 70s, between the capitalists and communists was wrong. Why should new ideas cause tension? This was the mistake of people like Metternich of Austria-Hungary, who thought that the new ideas of capitalism that were challenging the feudal order in Europe could be blocked by war. The Austro-Hungarian Empire ended up disappearing from the face of the earth, and capitalism did not stop spreading. Our stand is that the world should concentrate on the common human problems: prosperity through trade, and that's why I'm very happy to see you here. When you are outside there, you may get stereotypes about Africa, that Africa, they have no food, they are starving. Here we are dying from food. We have so much food here.
Azerbaijan has handed over chair of non-aligned movement to Uganda. Azerbaijan assumed chair in 2019, leaving the mantle to Uganda for the next 3 years. Before handing over to Uganda's President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Azerbaijan Foreign Minister His Excellence Bayramov, who represented Azerbaijan President Aliyev, called on Uganda to strengthen unity among the NAM member states. The Republic of Azerbaijan became member of the non-aligned movement in 2011 and secured the chairmanship of the non-aligned movement in 2019.
Where the international system is being challenged with unprecedented threats, interconnectedness among us has multiplied the effects of those challenges and requires unified and collective responses based on norms and principles of international law. We should stay united in the face of existing and growing challenges and endeavor to make our movement be capable of and sufficiently equipped in coping with them. 4 years ago, at the 18th summit of the NAM held in Baku, the Republic of Azerbaijan assumed the chairmanship of the movement, which I can proudly say in the past few years have become one of the key players in international relations. As the outgoing chair of the non-aligned movement, Azerbaijan has spared no efforts towards further increasing the effectiveness of and strengthening unity within the movement. I truly believe that the Kampala summit will become a privileged opportunity for us to take stock of the progress of our work achieved since NAM Baku summit and to further advance the objectiveness set therein. Before starting our deliberations, I want to draw your attention to the following. The list of leaders of the non-aligned movement member states who passed away since the 18th summit of the non-aligned movement held in Baku, the Republic of Azerbaijan, on 25-26 October 2019, has been circulated among all delegations. I invite all participants of this summit to stand and observe a minute of silence in tribute to the memory of those who lost their lives. We can now proceed to our deliberations. The provisional agenda for the summit has been circulated among all delegations. Can I consider that there are no objections to the agenda? That seems to be the case, and the agenda of the summit is hereby adopted. Since the start of our chairmanship, we have been giving special attention to strengthening movements coordination in Geneva, Vienna, Nairobi, Paris, and The Hague, bearing in mind the central role of the Coordinating Bureau in New York. Periodic ambassadorial level meetings at all UN headquarters, where the NAM is operational, took place, allowing the movement to timely react to situations affecting its member states. With the successful coordination of the chairmanship, hundreds of statements, communiques, summit-level and ministerial-level declarations have been agreed. Resolutions in the UN General Assembly and in the UN Human Rights Council, put forward by NAM member states, have been adopted. The official website and social network accounts of the chairmanship reflect more detailed information on the above listed activities. It is worth to state that our chairmanship in NAM coincided with COVID-19 outbreak. Azerbaijan, as a non-chairing country, played a key role in consolidating our efforts within movement towards combating this pandemic. We managed to transform pandemic-related challenges into cooperation opportunities. The pandemic has dramatically affected the situation in the world and brought new realities. In this regard, I would like to recall with honor and appreciation the successful global initiatives put forward by the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan in his capacity as NAM chair in response to COVID-19 pandemic, which have received broad international recognition and support. Summit-level meeting of NAM contact group in response to COVID-19 on 4 May 2020, establishment of the database of basic medical and humanitarian needs of NAM member states, convening of the UN General Assembly special session on COVID-19, and the adoption of UN Human Rights Council and UN General Assembly resolutions on universal, equitable and affordable access to COVID-19 vaccines are being recalled with particular appreciation in this regard. The pandemic once again demonstrated that the challenges of this scale could be overcome only with solidarity and international cooperation. And the solidarity shown by the NAM countries throughout the pandemic was exemplary. Those initiatives have not only tested responsiveness and appealability of our movement to the growing challenges, but also contributed to its increased visibility. They increased opportunities of NAM member states to receive international assistance, ensured equitable access to vaccines, strengthened capacities of NAM member states to address consequences of the pandemic, and demonstrated the solidarity and effectiveness of our movement to the world. Taking into consideration that the African countries and small island developing states are among the countries most affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, the President of Azerbaijan, in his capacity as the chair of the non-aligned movement, has announced the 2 global calls in support of post-pandemic recovery of African and CIS countries. As a first contributor under the calls, the President announced a donation of $1 million by Azerbaijan for each of the calls. Excellencies, over the past 4 years, Azerbaijan also succeeded in promoting the institutional development of the NAM. Establishment in 2021, the NAM Parliamentary Network is on the way to becoming an important asset for promotion of ideals and principles of the NAM, multilateralism, dialogue and interparliamentary cooperation. It will undoubtedly help achieve wider awareness and development of the values of our movement among the populations of NAM, and provide significant input of parliamentarians in addressing the issues of concern for member states. In a very important move, Azerbaijani chairmanship has also proposed the establishment of the NAM Women's Platform, a framework cooperation among NAM member states on the empowerment of women and advancing the rights of women. Convening of NAM conference on advancing the rights and empowerment of women in fall of 2023 in Azerbaijan was a first step towards this end. It is worth to note that with support of member states, Azerbaijani chairmanship reinvigorated the implementation of the right to development as an inalienable human right. With adoption of resolution on the right to development at Human Rights Council in October of 2023, the draft International Covenant on the Right to Development was submitted to the UN General Assembly for its consideration, negotiation and subsequent adoption. Excellencies, I am also delighted to share that during Azerbaijani chairmanship, we had certain milestone achievements towards enlargement of the movement. During our chairmanship, the non-aligned movement has been expanded in both its membership and observer composition. At the mid-term NAM Ministerial Summit held in Baku, the Russian Federation was granted an observer status in the movement. At the ministerial meeting of NAM Coordinating Bureau held in Baku in July 2023, we have agreed to forward the request of South Sudan, the only non-NAM member state from African continent, for full-fledged membership in the non-aligned movement to the Kampala summit. Admission of the South Sudan will be the first expansion of NAM membership in 13 years, bringing the number of member states to 121. This proves a growing validity and increased importance of our movement in the international relations system. Azerbaijani chairmanship has made consistent efforts to promote the practice of demonstrating support to nominations of NAM member states to various positions in the international organizations. Among other chairmanship activities, Azerbaijan has also revitalized the coordinating mechanism of member states within UNESCO by organizing regular ambassadorial meetings, special events, and establishment of database of nominations of member states to the elected positions at UNESCO. We have established NAM caucus within UNESCO Executive Board. As part of our activities within NAM Paris chapter, we have also established NAM caucus within International Organization of Francophonie. Azerbaijani chairmanship has also attached particular importance to the development efforts of the NAM member states. Upon the decree of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, we have provided scholarship opportunities for students from NAM member states to enroll in undergraduate, graduate, and other degree programs in more than 20 colleges and universities of the country. Excellencies, these were some highlights from multidimensional and intense activities of Azerbaijani NAM chairmanship from 2019 to 2024. Excellencies, at this historic moment, after 4 years of proudly chairing the movement, we are handing over the chairmanship to the Republic of Uganda with a rich, substantial, and institutional legacy. We are confident that Uganda will spare no effort towards further enhancing the role and visibility of the movement and strengthening unity among its member states. I would like to reiterate that although our chairmanship came to an end, our passion and determination for the success of NAM will always remain strong. We will continue to contribute to a just cause pursued by the movement within the NAM Troika. I wish the distinguished friends from Uganda all the best in their chairmanship and express our readiness to extend all the necessary support in this process. Azerbaijan is proud to take over a new important international responsibility. In fall 2024, Baku will be hosting the 29th Conference of Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. As the host of COP29, we rely on precious support by the NAM member states and look forward to welcoming you to Azerbaijan. I thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item in the agenda is election by acclamation of the chair of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State and Government of NAM. I propose the distinguished delegations to elect by acclamation His Excellency, Mr. Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, as Chair of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State and Government of NAM. So I declare His Excellency Mr. Yoweri Museveni as the Chair of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State and Government of NAM. I invite His Excellency to assume his chairmanship. The floor is yours, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much.
That was the President of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, taking over the new chairmanship of the non-aligned movement from His Excellency Mr. Ceyhun Bayramov of Azerbaijan. I beg your pardon. Now, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development convened the 42nd Extraordinary Assembly of Heads of State and Government, hosted by President Yoweri Museveni at State House in Entebbe. The meeting was chaired by President of the Republic of Djibouti, His Excellency Ismail Omar Gwele, Chairperson of the IGAD Heads of State and Government. Other heads of state were President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, His Excellency Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, and President of the Republic of South Sudan, His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit. In a joint communique issued, the leaders decried that the Sudan war was unjust and underscored that the Republic of Sudan belongs to its people, urging an immediate and unconditional ceasefire to end the war. The members also reiterated their call for dialogue and negotiation, ending IGAD's readiness to facilitate an inclusive peace process, collaborating closely with all Sudanese stakeholders, the AU, and international actors.
Indeed, the stability of the Horn of Africa, a vital physical and cultural corridor with other regions, is a major preoccupation for the continent. The current tension between the brotherly nation of Somalia and Ethiopia compounds an already difficult time for the region, where, despite our collective efforts, the Al-Shabaab threat remains high in Somalia, and the destructive war in Sudan continues unabated. Excellencies, let me stop here. The respect of unity, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of all member states is a sacrosanct principle of the Union. Another key principle is the commitment to the resolution of disputes through peaceful means and consensual arrangements with member states. The African Union supports and continues to work with the regional body IGAD to achieve our shared objectives. In this regard, I instructed my High Representative for the Horn to continue and reinforce our cooperation. This cooperation was duly endorsed at the yesterday's meeting of the AU Peace and Security Council. This imperative is not only the one that guarantees the interests and the fundamental rights of both countries, but it's also essential to ward off all attempt at external interference. I urge the leaders of both countries, Ethiopia and Somalia, to engage without delay on this path.
At the outset, I would extend a warm welcome to you all at this 42nd Extraordinary Summit of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD. I wish you all a year filled with strength, good faith, happiness, growth, and prosperity for our nations and communities. Allow me also to express our profound gratitude to His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, for graciously hosting this 42nd Extraordinary Meeting of IGAD despite this demanding schedule. We convene today under a sense of urgency as our region grapples with challenging times, be it the devastating conflict in our sister nation, Sudan, or the recent developments in relations with Somalia and Ethiopia. These challenges necessitate bold leadership, unwavering commitments, and a shared vision that transcends borders and ideologies. As you all know, today's summit was convened at the request of the Federal Republic of Somalia. This demand arose in response to the recent signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Democratic and Federal Republic of Ethiopia and Somaliland. As we, heads of states and governments, bear the responsibility of steering our nations through those challenging times in a spirit of genuine cooperation and solidarity. It is therefore my hope that over the course of this summit, we will engage in robust and fruitful discussions, leaving no stone unturned in our pursuit of fruitful, constructive, and tangible outcomes.
Nations, Antonio Guterres, who has asked me to make myself available to support the regional efforts, including those led by IGAD and the African Union in relations to Sudan. Accordingly, I have been visiting the region. During these trips, I have met many Sudanese who have consistently expressed the need to end the war, including the warring parties themselves. Many Sudanese also reiterated their desire for power to be handed over to a civilian government that will govern the country during a temporary transitional period pending elections.
My job is just a simple one to say you are most welcome to Uganda. Very simple. I hope you will enjoy your stay here. And I want to thank their excellencies for coming at short notice to discuss these two disturbing developments. The war in Sudan, if you look at our communique, we describe it as an unjust war. We freedom fighters pay a lot of attention to those words. When we were fighting for freedom, our anti-colonial wars were just wars, because we were fighting for justice and we could not get it by any other means. I was sharing with their excellencies. If you take, for instance, the history of the ANC of South Africa, they were founded in 1912, but I don't think they adopted the armed struggle strategy until 1961. You can check. So for 50 years, they were using peaceful methods, petitions, demonstrations. It was only when the oppressor completely closed the possibilities of peaceful ways of doing things that the ANC declared war. But you have got wars, everything, every small thing is war, everything is war. This is ideological shallowness in our view. So therefore, in our discussion, we captured this, and we really think the parties involved must stop these unprincipled wars.
In other news, economic analysts have proposed a regulator to the Financial Industry Bank of Uganda to make constant evaluation on all licensed financial institutions in the country and ensure the operations are safe. This follows Central Bank's liquidation, revocation of license and order to wind up of EFC Uganda Limited, a microfinance deposit-taking institution. Bank of Uganda issued a statement liquidating EFC Uganda Limited.
Without further ado, I now request Deputy Governor, Mr. Michael Atini, to read.
This press statement is notice to the public. It regards the liquidation, revocation of license and order to wind up EFC Uganda Limited under Section 72 and Section 12, Part 1D of the Microfinance Deposit-Taking Institution Act 2003 as amended. Kampala, January 19th, 2024. In the exercise of its powers under Section 72, Part 1 and 12, Part 1D of the Microfinance Deposit-Taking Institutions MDI Act 2003 as amended, Bank of Uganda has effective today, 19th January 2024, placed EFC Uganda Limited under liquidation, revoked its license, and ordered for the winding up of its affairs. This action has been taken because Bank of Uganda has determined that the continuation of EFC Uganda Limited's activities is detrimental to the interests of its depositors due to the institution's failure to resolve its significant undercapitalization and poor corporate governance. Bank of Uganda and the Deposit Protection Fund of Uganda will inform depositors of the arrangements that will be put in place to enable them access all of their deposits. All other creditors are requested to submit their claims to the Office of the Director of Financial Stability Department, Bank of Uganda, within 30 days from the date of this statement. All borrowers of EFC Uganda Limited must continue to service their loan obligations by making payments at Bank of Uganda offices and branches. Any person possessing the property of EFC Uganda Limited should deliver it to Bank of Uganda and hand it over to the Office of the Director Financial Stability. Bank of Uganda reassures the public that it will continue to protect depositors' interests and maintain the stability of the financial sector.
That's all we had for you this afternoon, but we still continue with the analysis and the updates coming in from Munyonyo, where we have the non-aligned movement summit still going on. And also an update is that the president of Somalia, His Excellency Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, is actually leaving the country anytime from now for the sake of security. We won't be showing any pictures, but yes, he has been a part of the IGAD meeting where the issues with Sudan as a country and the war came out strongly. Calling for a ceasefire, and same thing for the non-aligned movement, also having the issue of Gaza Strip, and many of the member states calling for a ceasefire as well. Those two issues have come out so well in meetings where he has participated. His country is a member state of the non-aligned movement. He has also gotten to witness as Uganda has taken over the chairmanship, and we count down 3 years from now, because now President Yoweri Museveni is the new chairman of the non-aligned movement, who has taken over from His Excellency Mr. Johyun Baramov. I'll hand you over to Chirabo, who will come in with more analysis and exclusive interviews pertaining the non-aligned movement. My name is Sharon Chomdisha. Have a good afternoon.
Jovia. Ng'oyolekera ku lugendo luno olw'obulamu nkuwa ekirabo eky'amaanyi agataziizibwa, amaanyi okulabibwa n'okuwulirwa mu mawanga ageewala ennyo, okutuuka buli wamu nga yadde togenzeeyo, ensi yonna ng'ekuli mu ngalo. Okutambula mu biseera n'okumanya buli kimu ekirina okumanyibwa. Jovia, kino kye kirabo kyange gy'oli.
Tewali kumu ku ki ky'osobola okukola ku mukutu nnandameggwa ogwa MTN.
In the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Have you packed more with Harbour Jelly and Harbour Foam? Yes, we packed. It will protect your skin from skin rashes. More with pack. It is a new improved more with Harbour Jelly. So soft and smooth. It is a more with Harbour Jelly.
Tell me, kids, the scent. Any irritations? No more rashes and irritations. Movit Harbour Jelly and Harbour Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit, all their confidence.
The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
And powered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
Pick of the day on UBC.
One-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
A weekly face-to-face conversation focusing on accountability, inspiration, information, and sensitization of the public from the various sources, such as inspirational profiles.
Having a disability is not inability.
Every Friday 9 p.m., it's one-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
Don't you see anywhere that you would give a credit in the fight against COVID?
My role as the owner of the country is not to, be preoccupied by giving credit to my servant.
We have said that if we are to talk to General Museveni, there must be certain conditions in place.
Is it true that you paid 5 million shillings to MPs that voted for?
Was brought to you by
MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
Welcome to, it is still day 5 of the Non-Aligned Movement Summit and the G77 plus China happening at Speak Resort in Munyonyo. Now the president of Somalia will be leaving the country very shortly from now. He has been at this summit, but also on another summit that happened yesterday, quite different from the Non-Aligned Movement and the G77 summit. That is the IGAD extraordinary summit of heads of states that happened yesterday at State House. Now, Somalia was one of the subjects of discussion, the issue of Somaliland, and IGAD brings together 8 countries because it happens to be the Intergovernmental Authority on Development in Eastern Africa, and was created in 96, and has since then had 8 countries in this area, where yesterday they had an extraordinary meeting of the heads there to discuss some of the issues. There was also an issue involving the Somaliland, and His Excellency decided to use this opportunity to ensure that there is also that meeting held in Kampala. It was very successful, and of course the president of Somalia was part of that. Today we've also witnessed the official opening, that is of the Non-Allied Movement and the G77 plus China conference, where our own president Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has taken the chairmanship of both, that is the Non-Allied Movement and the G77 plus China. Now, we still want to look at the relevancy of this movement and, of course, understand how are the deliberations that will come up with the Kampala Declaration going to be implemented. And joining me on set, I have Paul Lakuma, who happens to be a senior research fellow, Economic Policy Research Center, and he's a leading forecaster and advisor to the government on internal organizations and fiscal policy. You're most welcome to our studios.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, viewers.
Well, to begin with, today we have seen Uganda as a country taking over 2, and the first of its kind in the history of the Non-Aligned Movement since, one would say, 1961, or going back as 1955. Till date, we had never seen any kind of this sort where one person or one country is holding chairmanship of both these organizations. To begin with, what does this mean to a country like Uganda?
First of all, it's something to be joyful about as a country, and to gives us all the bragging rights for successfully hosting such a summit of one of the biggest organizations in the world. An aligned movement, as you know, it has a membership of 122 countries. And then the G77 plus China, it's 78 countries, plus observer organizations, the UN.
We are looking at the Non-Allied with 120, if South Sudan is admitted, 121, then yes. The other side, when we look at that's the G77 plus China, rightly said.
78,
yeah, it has also a very big number there of quite a number of countries. That is 134 countries.
Yeah, so that, but these are not mutually exclusive, because some members hold membership in both organizations. Yes. So yeah, that is something great for Uganda. It puts us on the world map. It puts all the cameras of the media to focus on Uganda at this time. It's also an opportunity to showcase what we have as a country, and it's also an opportunity to show to the world that we can host a summit of such magnitude. So as a country, that's an achievement, and an achievement early in the year. Remember, we are just 19 days into 2024. So it's a big achievement, but also a big achievement in 2024, which is a step in the right direction.
Well, so much is being discussed.
Yeah.
We saw right from the beginning on day one when we had the senior officials meeting Monday coming into Tuesday, where we had the political and then the social and economic committee there, deliberations. Then they came up with a document that was presented to the Council of Ministers or the meeting of ministers under the non-allied movement. Today, we are seeing the heads of states or heads of government under the non-allied movement and the G75 plus also discussing, yes, this document, but critical matters also being raised, one of which the issue of Israel and Palestine has dominated, issues regarding the public debt, then also the reforms that they are pushing for, that is at the United Nations Security Council's permanent representatives. So the biggest question now here is, you're well versed with issues of policy, but all this said, you find that the non-allied movement is non-structured. They don't have a secretariat. This largely relies on the country that is chairing at that particular moment. Let's look at the journey of implementation.
As you said, several issues have come up. Palestine-Israel issue, the debt issue, issues of climate change, I think were a bit of a focus. The well-being of the member state citizens also is an issue, and membership of the Security Council of the UN is also an issue. All these issues are legitimate and very dear to the member states. One, like the issue of Palestine and Israel, one is the philosophy of the non-aligned movement. These are countries which it's a movement which emerged from the decolonization mantra. So the issue of peaceful resolution of the Palestine-Israel issue is dear to the heart of most of the members. Debt, as you know, we have had several debt crises since the 1970s. We have had several rounds of debt forgiveness, but debt is back again since the 2010s. That has come as a result of change of focus from poverty alleviation to providing for critical infrastructure, which are quite capital intensive and required external capitalization. But this has been exacerbated by the emergence of COVID-19, which had created many structural imbalances in many economies, most of them which are on the southern parts of the globe, and this led to accumulation of more credit by the southern states. So debt is back in vogue again.
But when you listen critically to some of the speakers where the media was allowed, you find that the debt issue, the delegates at the different three, that is that of the senior officials, then that of the ministers and the presidents. I was listening keenly to Cuba. They seem that this is deliberate from the developed West to keep African countries, to keep countries under the non-allied movement indebted, highly indebted. They gave an example. Why would, for example, if France is to borrow from these international bodies, have an interest rate that is lower, 8 times lower than if Uganda is to borrow? So they're saying there must be reforms in these financial institutions. It is a deliberate way of them doing things to keep these developing countries, of which some now under the non-allied movement are already developed countries, in that very state.
Yes. I would like a more objective view of that opinion. One, I agree that there is an urgent need for reformation of the international financial infrastructure to be more inclusive, especially of the countries in the south, and whose in the south, many of the countries in the south have membership in the non-aligned movement and the G77. I agree with that 100%. The system has not been fair. However, debt just like you and I would go to the bank and we will be treated differently based on our credit history, based on our collateral, based on our ability to pay. The high interest rate charged for the countries in the south are mostly informed by risk factors, which most of the time are legitimate. But that doesn't mean the international financial infrastructure has not been, that doesn't mean that the international financial infrastructure has been fair to the countries in the south of the globe. However, we also need to work on the governance of our countries, minimize the risk which come with our country, increase the possibility of enforcing contracts, property rights in our countries. That eases the premium charged on our debt. So yes, there is unfairness from a political viewpoint, but also there are some structural issues which we, as membership of the NAM and G77, need also to work on. We have work to do. It's not all, we cannot place all the blame on the doorsteps of the countries in the north. Yes, they have when we come to apportionment, they have a portion of the blame they should take, but also it's risky to do business in the south parts of the globe. Resolving a case, for example, in Uganda, resolving a business dispute can take 10, 20 years, 10, 15 years. Then when you go to ask for a loan from a bank, shouldn't a bank include that in the wedge between what you pay and their profit margins? It looks fair that should be part of the discussion. The same way, when countries are borrowing, when sovereigns are borrowing in the international market, those elements are included. The inability to enforce contract, dependence on nature, the ease of not being able to resolve disputes, the poor infrastructure, that's all part of the credit system. Yes, there's need for reform, but we also need to look at internally and also reform some of our institutional fragilities.
Now, going back to, I want to look so much on the president's message this while at the opening, and I want to quote. He says, "We should clearly define our priorities that favor developing countries by maintaining unity, solidarity, collective coordination among member states in line with the Badang principles."
Yes, yeah.
When you have this number of countries, almost 55% of the world's population,
yes, yeah,
and their leaders have convened in a country, can they, through the principles of the Badang conference, push through their desires and be able to eliminate poverty, be able to have peace, the geopolitical tension we are having now? Can we end this through solidarity, through collective coordination amongst states?
Yes, I agree with the president 100% that we need to stay united. If we don't stay united, we will hang different alone. We need to stay united. Being united is powerful. We need to have collective responsibility, as was espoused in the first conference in Indonesia, in Bandung, I think in 1960, if I'm not wrong, 1966. However, these are strategic objectives and they are strategic visions. There's need for operationalization of this strategic vision, and that's why I urge and I challenge the new chairman and our president Yoweri Museveni to create structures as part of his agenda as the leader of the G77 and the NAM for the next three years, to create structures in semblance of secretariat to enable to work on the operational issues, the bread and butter issues of an organization. the strategic leadership is like a board. A board gives a big vision of what should happen, and that's what the heads of states have provided. But for those things to work, for the different parts of this machine to work, there's need for creation of a bureaucracy which handles some of those objectives. Otherwise, they will remain rhetorics and political statements, which we will come to review in the next 3 years, and nothing will be on the ground. It's better we have structures, a technical structure, which picks these big statements from summits and splits them into activities for implementation and for follow-up and for evaluation every 3 years. I'm not saying a secretariat, if we formed a secretariat, it would achieve 100%, but it's better to achieve 40-50% of what we set to do than every 3 years to come and review and there's nothing on the ground. We have not achieved issues to deal with climate change. We have not achieved issues to deal with reform of the global financial institutions. We have not achieved issues of the membership, especially the permanent membership of the Security Council. Yeah, it will become a song. So the new leader, and he's a very proactive leader who goes out to achieve what he wants. I think in his agenda, he needs to come up and create an institution, a machine, an organization, a bureaucracy which goes ahead and puts these big statements at the summit into action.
Yeah. Well, our viewer, we are still looking at day 5 of the non-allied movement and the G77 plus China summit happening at Speak Resort, Munyonyo. Now here we are trying to see how best can whatever is discussed be implemented. Just to remind you that the non-allied movement is a body that brings together a number of countries. It brings together a number of countries, that is 121. One with 120, but South Sudan will be the new member to this movement, and its aim is basically to have a voice through which they can air common shared problems and position themselves better. It all dates back to the Badang conference that was in 1955, where we had 5 major brains that came together. We had the president of Yugoslavia, the prime minister of India, the president of Egypt, the president of Ghana, and the president of Indonesia. Now this sat and said, we must move forward. Now in 1961 at Belgrade, that is in Yugoslavia, we had the first meeting of the non-aligned movement. And by then there were about 25 countries. Over and over, the numbers have grown. Now these countries were also members of the United Nations, of UN, and they thought it wise that we should have a caucus as members of the non-aligned movement in the UN, because at the same time we are there. But how do we bring ourselves together and make sure that our issues are more heard, are more pronounced, are more articulated at the United Nations? Now, by then there were 77 countries. That is why it's called the G77. It is the group of 77 countries at that time in 1964 when it was formed. Now later on in 1993 they opted China as an observer, and recently we see that during the Baku summit that was in Azerbaijan, we see that Russia was also opted as an observer. So these are the people that are meeting in Kampala today, and they are discussing whatever outcome will be the Kampala Declaration. And this is what now President Yoweri Museveni, Ambassador Adonia Ayebare, who is a permanent representative of the United Nations, and of course our Minister J.J. Odong, who now chairs the Council of Ministers, or the Meeting of Ministers, will be pushing forward to ensure that it is implemented. Now, the non-allied movement initiate was about colonialism.
Yes, yes.
But they were very clear that they do not align with the Western or Eastern capitalism or socialism.
Yeah.
But one of the issues I find very disturbing in modern day, a number of these countries, and I want to use the word, have strategic alignment with some of these powers. So, isn't this also another stumbling block in achieving what they discuss?
Of course, now that brings to fore the next issue we need to discuss in the context of the changing environment, the evolution. Then it was decolonization, and that then you would think the movement was much stronger. Then there was more impetus to decolonize, to create self-determination for states. So there was more zeal, even without a secretariat. A lot of things worked then. You saw eventually South Africa was liberated in 1994. Many other countries, including Uganda 62, Kenya 63, Tanzania 61. These are some of the achievements of the movement, both directly or indirectly, through moral or financial support. But things have changed. Colonialism in its raw form, it's no longer an issue. There's neo-colonialism, which is another story altogether, but colonialism in its raw form, like having an occupying force within in another territory.
That's the white man living and his footprints
yeah,
still alive.
Yeah, yeah. That's something which is not existence anymore. So, but colonialism as an institution, it's still there as an institution, but in its raw form, it's no longer there. That's why also this movement needs to reform, because, as you said, some of our members are very close to the West. Others are very close to maybe, let me say, Russia also, or close to others are very, now a lot of nations very close to China. I'm told China debt portfolio in Africa is about 600 billion. That's what I read somewhere today. So you see, we are very close to China. At the same time, we are very close to the US. So there is need to bring these new nuances into the organization, that the world has changed. We cannot operate in the same spirit when this organization was founded. I agree with the president. There are some of the spirits we can keep. The spirit of solidarity, that is eternal. The spirit of collective responsibility, that is also eternal. But there are some things we need also to reform as an organization to adapt to the new global structure, which encourages partnership. Reforming the UN, we are not going to reform the UN alone. We have to reform it with the West and the states in the northern part of the world. That calls for cooperation. We are not going to, it's not going to be a push meeting, it's negotiation. You cannot negotiate with someone you loathe, or someone you have bad faith towards. There must be good faith between you two. That's why there's need also for internal reflection within the NAM and the G77 to reflect to the new changes, to adapt to the new world. It's now AI, there's now climate change. There are new challenges which we need to address. And some of these challenges cannot be addressed in your own enclave of dispossessed or poor nations. It calls for cooperation and inclusivity and partnerships with the advanced nations.
Now, I love the word you've used, advanced nations. One thing that we look at here is, yes, you have this very big gathering of people, the NAM, and of course, when you talk about the G77 plus, but we are seeing these countries so much wanting to push for reforms.
Yeah.
but one would assume that within them, they have capacity. They have the capacity to fight off the dead, because these are the countries that have built the advanced countries, if I may use the word. There are minerals. These are people that have a very useful, strong, energetic population, rich in minerals. These are countries, yes, we could be having few poor, but now some of them, majority of them are developing countries. These are countries actually that have some that have developed. You know, the likes of India that have developed. Them pushing for reforms, reforms are financial reforms, places at the Security Council. Let's talk about their ability, to rescue themselves. You know, their ability. Yes, one would say in the initial days, fighting colonialism had a cost to pay, had a price to pay. When you look at countries like Cuba, still they are suffering with that, but they're holding tight on it. Why isn't the focus working amidst to address their challenges than working amidst, working together to cause change to favor them?
Well, I agree with what you say. However, as I said earlier, when we are shareholders, it's not like the UN is for the advanced countries alone. We are we have a right. It's like a company, though our shares could be smaller.
I was looking at the UN, the Africa, 54 countries. Then when you move to Asia, 39 countries. Then you go to Latin America, then the Caribbean. Those are about 25 countries. So still, we are the majority.
Yes.
But we are the developing. I hate the word poor. We are the developing among these, and we are the weaklings.
Yeah, it's just the way the world has developed. Civilizations, the way the world develops, the way civilizations emerge. Some parts must be, in a way, to maintain balance. Some parts are disadvantaged. Some parts emerge and come on top. The US was not always on top. You'll be surprised. 100 years ago, Argentina was the richest country in the world. Do you know that? Yeah, it was the richest. It was the US of the world in the 1900s. Yeah, but then Britain emerged between 1900s to 1960. Then Britain also lost it. The US now. There are predictions that China will be on top. China was there before, 3,000 years ago. Netherlands was a superpower in the 1600s. Yeah, Spain was a superpower. Portugal was a superpower. It's the way the world evolves. Eventually, Africa will be a superpower. It's inevitable. We may not see it, but it's coming. Yeah, it's the way the world evolves. But in the context of the UN, we cannot abandon the UN. We are shareholders.
But then how best can we? Because I was listening to the outgoing chair of the non-aligned movement, who was represented by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
And when they were giving accountability of what they have been able to achieve during their tenure, he talked about establishing the youth organization. That is a success that will better push for affairs of the youth under the non-allied movement. Then he talked about the Women Forum under the non-allied movement. He talked about how they did handle COVID. But when he came to critical issues of United Nations, he was saying, we proposed. So you see that what is within their means, they have been able to do. But then we proposed.
Yes, because
for how long? We are the majority.
No, and I want to congratulate the outgoing chairman for achieving those steps. You cannot achieve everything. You bite what you can swallow. And I would like to encourage the new chairman, our president, Museveni, not in his agenda of what he wants to achieve in the next 3 years, should not be a lot. You get it? Nations are timeless. Uganda will be here 1,000 years, hopefully, if if the state structure as it is remains in force, and there's no what we see in the movies, dystopia, like governments cease to exist and stuff. I hope that never ever comes to exist. If governments continue to exist 1,000 years from now, Uganda will still be there. That's why we need to, especially on global initiatives, you need to take small credible steps, so that if you come out to do a lot, you will not achieve much. So I want to congratulate the outgoing chairman for achieving the youth issues, for dealing with COVID, for dealing with women affairs, and handing over the baton to the new chairman to now also handle his agenda. I don't know what President Museveni's agenda is for the next 3 years. I would like to look at it, but I hope it's something small but impactful and achievable. And then he passes on the baton to the next guy, and the next guy also will do until we get to where we want to be. You cannot achieve everything. 3 years is too short for you to think you're going to reform the UN, you're going to reform the global financial infrastructure, you're going to have people commit to carbon emission reduction. That's a mouthful. So just get something little but something impactful, which creates impetus and momentum for your successor.
What does it mean, Sudan, if adopted? Because this was proposed in the Baku summit. What does it mean, South Sudan becoming a member, if it is adopted?
Yes, I think that's a new member. It has a lot to learn. We also have a lot to learn from it as a new state. And a new state formed in the latter years of our state formation. A lot of modern states, Europe were in the 1800s, and then Africa 1960s, you know, and then Asia between 1900 and 1960s. So Sudan, fortunately or unfortunately, there are disadvantages of being a new state. Some of them are you come at a time when people are not so overzealous nowadays, like they were in the 1960s. Have you seen our people in the past? There was a lot of zeal, excitement, anticipation for a new state, independence, self-determination. It's unfortunate Sudan will not taste that. It has come at a time when people are very individualistic, social media people. I'm not saying social media is bad. It has its positive. Everybody is an actor, you know, nowadays. Everybody's a film star nowadays. Yeah, people are so selfish. People are not as altruistic as they used to be. But there are advantages also. People are very innovative nowadays.
So maybe to rephrase my question, let me not only stick it to South Sudan, but that you've explained. What are the benefits of a country being a member of the non-allied movement and G77+?
One is to belong to a community, the sense of belonging. That's number one benefit. I don't know if that, it's like you having a family or belonging to a family. It gives you a sense of belonging, a sense of identity. Being alone, it's so cold. Being out there alone, you don't have a brother, you don't have a sister. I'm not saying being a lone child is bad, but you know, you don't have an aunt, you don't have anyone you can identify with. You don't have a language. So South Sudan, to them, one of the benefits, and the greatest benefit to them, is to have an identity, to have us belonging to a community of practice, of values, of ethics, belonging to a group of people. We have a lot of similarities as G77 and NAM. We have a lot of similarities. We were all colonized. We are mostly, if I'm not wrong, a good proportion of, if not half, we are dark-skinned. Yeah, about 300 million of us speak Swahili. We speak mostly the same languages. Food culture, We eat mostly the same food. Belonging to that community is very good. Secondly, spillover effects. There are things Sudan can learn. Sudan doesn't have institutions, no, Southern Sudan. It can come to Uganda, learn how to have a central bank, how to have a fiscal authority, how to have an education system, how to structure your roads, the learning environment, creating that. Then the biggest of all to me is trade, which has always been de-emphasized by the G77 and the NAM. I hope trade, I wished trade was the #1 agenda in these conferences. Yeah,
well,
because we have, it's a big market. Yeah, it's a big market by itself, and I think if South Sudan tapped into it, it will create a lot of value.
Well, Uganda made history since the beginning of NAM summits. It is the first time in the history of the non-allied movement to have the meeting going on, and on the sideline we have a business and investment forum, trade exhibition at the Kampala Serena Hotel. We had one organized by UNDP, Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and of course Government of Uganda through Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where we saw government showing potential areas to invest in, where we saw also the private sector coming together to meet very renowned investors in the world. We had a very big delegation from Qatar, and where we also saw banking institutions presenting what they can have. I enjoyed the session of successful business people in Uganda telling their stories and how they have been able to make it, and successful investors, foreign investors in Uganda also sharing their story, but also seeing the various potentials. I had never seen an Escalade made in Uganda, but I saw one by NEC. I saw these armored vehicles, and of course there's so much to benefit from. So as we had the political discussions at Speak Resort Munyonyo happening at Serena Kampala, also business deals were being closed, I want to assume so. Then also we had the women in agro business, that was at the Serena Chigo, a very successful one also there, and investors to look and see how best they can help create markets, but also partner together. National Social Security Fund came out and said, well, if you're an investor there and you want to invest monies in real estate, we are here to partner with you. We have a 5% or a 10%, so to de-risk that business, well, come and invest. So I found that very important, that yes, we should, because one of the biggest challenges from the geopolitical tensions everywhere is the fact that these are poor countries. These are developing countries, struggling economies. Yes, there are successes for Uganda's economy. We are growing at a fairly slow pace, but steady, we must say, because we've been able to avoid some shocks. COVID-19 was a big shock. It didn't shock our economy to that. Even as far as the global crunch and all that, the Arab Spring, we've been able, the effects, the Russia-Ukraine war, yes, maybe one would say we had some bit of pinch there, but since we are not so much onto it, we are struggling through there. So it is very important when you talk about the business element, that this is what they should be fronting. But when you go back to the issue of Israel and Palestine, very sounding, South Africa went ahead as gathering support, that well, we are taking this guy to court with supporters, and we define if this is a genocide, how we best go. How best can this be handled?
Yes, just on your previous point, before I talk about Israel-Palestine, yeah, and I think that's a learning for the non-aligned movement and G77 meetings. I think if it has never been done before, I think Uganda has created an example.
It was the first of its kind.
Yeah, an example of what should also not be, because some people, I know a lot of people think we should first seek the political kingdom. We resolve the political issues before we come to economics, which I agree with, because stability is key. But Uganda has shown an example that we can also talk about welfare of our people through creating opportunities for entrepreneurs, businesses, and value addition and stuff like that. in our community of non-aligned countries. So I hope this is carried over. It's something other countries can learn from Uganda, but also it's a way for Uganda to domesticate this conference so that we can have longer term benefits beyond just the conference, so that we showcased what we have, expect to see a couple of billions of dollars in the next...
the estimate now is out of that East Africa Investment and Trade Forum plus exhibition, they're targeting $1 million.
And that's in the short run.
In the short run.
I like looking at 10 years. I can see a couple of billions of dollars coming into the country out of the conference. And that's how it should be. And we should work more, work on our infrastructure, work on our transportation system, particularly the rail, market our country, use the airline to brand our country very well, give a positive image to our country, and it will create more opportunities, more jobs. Then back to your second point on Israel and Palestine, that's a complicated issue and must be handled delicately. Because
what does pronouncing, what is the relevance? I think this one, what is the relevance?
I think in
these pronunciations, what is the relevance of this declaration saying for us we side with this, for us we side with this, in ending this?
I think in the spirit of solidarity, like the president said, and in the context of people who are colonized, from a context of people who are colonized, it looks natural for particularly African countries to take sides in this conflict. But as I said, as you said earlier, within those countries, there are countries also which are allied to Israel.
Yes.
That's a fact we can never deny. Although the African Union position is that the African Union official position is that it sides more with it asks more about the Palestinian question from the African Union point of view. But within African Union, there's a good number of countries, and within non-aligned movement and within the G77, there's a good number of countries approaching half who also side with Israel. That's why this matter also needs to be handled delicately, while taking into account historical facts, and also in the context of fairness, but also in the context that these two people, to me, are cousins. These two people are cousins. That's what people forget. These are children of Abraham, so both from the Bible and the Quran. I think we need to handle this issue more carefully for a lasting solution. Yeah.
Now, all this we've discussed, all that the delegates also discussing. Now, let's go to the money question.
Okay.
Non-allied movement, membership is not by subscription. Yes, you say it doesn't have a secretariat, but then the money is to run. Today, President Yoweri Museveni is taking over chairmanship of the non-allied movement, the G77 plus China, and I was listening to the permanent secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I think that's Vincent Bajire, saying that, of course, to push forward our tenure is going to have meetings, high-profile meetings. You wake up, you have to go to New York. There's a meeting. You have to have a number of consultations here and there. These all require money, and I was looking at a tune of about 19 billion Uganda shillings.
Yeah.
Now, the financial muscle is a very big question here.
And 19 billion is on the lower side. It's a real, very conservative estimate. And that takes us to the next issue. For you to be impactful as a group of nations, that cannot be done without the oil. And the oil here, to be very blunt, it's money. That means going forward, we need to come up with apportionments. We can come up with a formula which works for everyone. It can be as a proportion of your GDP, a proportion of what you produce, or proportion of your tax capacity, and every nation contribute to this organization for running of this organization, for it to be able to achieve its objectives. Without money, without a bureaucracy, without an organizational machine, we are not going to achieve much. And we need. I hope in the chairmanship, under the chairmanship of Uganda, of Yoweri Museveni, I hope some of these things are outlined and proposed for implementation by the membership. To have an organization which is internally funded by the membership.
By the membership.
Yeah, so that we can have our own agenda. You know, we have some of our organizations which are fully funded by European Union or shareholders are European Union. So then your ability.
Even when you go for peacekeeping and you're labeled African Union, still.
Yeah, the money, where the money is coming. That means your agenda, your agenda will be watered down. Yeah. Although I understand that also we need partnerships. We can't work alone. We need to partner with the European Union. We need to partner with other organizations and nations.
But then when you go into partnership, you end up having issues of he who pays the piper determines the tune.
That's why you need to have your contribution, so that you, even if it's little, it says something. Yeah, than to come empty-handed to handle your own issue and you want to be paid. just like the way our brothers and sisters, you know, in Africa we are a community of people. Yeah, you invite your brothers from the village to come and share with you, share a meal with you. You have to transport them back. It's your cost. They will never think about, hey, I'm supposed to also pull out some. But sometimes it's because they don't have the resources.
And this is very challenging, because when you look at the country that is going to chair footing all these costs, you know, your president is inviting these people, then when all the arrangements, and we must congratulate ourselves, I think, as Ugandans, because so far so good. We seem to be pulling it all very, very well.
Yeah, but there are benefits. Only that they are long-term.
The long-term benefits.
They are long-term benefits. We will reap from this investment. We will reap big. We'll get a lot of money from this investment. Yeah, if we leverage them properly and if we don't let it die down. The branding opportunity is immense. Yeah, if we push that brand out there, we will make a lot of money. Yeah, right now we are making what you would call a loss, but give it 2, 3, even 10 years, you would see the returns.
Okay, yeah. So to Ugandans who are saying to Funidamu well, there are long-term benefits, but like we earlier told you, we'll be updating you with whatever is happening and concerns the non-allied movement and the G77 summit. Now, Makwa Dulo is at the airport, the VIP terminal, and let's see what is happening, because we told you we've been showing the arrival and of course those that will be departing, and we are permitted to show the departing. We'll be giving it to you there, because our teams are everywhere. We have a team at the VVIP section of the airport, the VIP section as well, and of course a team at Speak Resort Munyonyo, aiming at ensuring that we update you, because this is a very big opportunity for our country, having the non-allied movement summit here and the G77 plus China here, and our president taking the leadership of both, is something that diplomatically position us very high in ranking and builds the country's profile. Let's go to Mark Wadulo. Good evening, Mark.
Well, coming to you here at the commercial wing of the Entebbe International Airport, I must say that activity has subsided, of course, basing on the fact that yesterday was one of the busiest days this airport has ever had since the year began. And of course, since also launching the new airport terminal that we have right there. Now, of course, most of the activity is in Munyonyo. We've been following exactly what the President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, has been saying. And we must say that we are proud of the president for, of course, taking on the new chairmanship, but also in his speech, being candid on the new issues that are arising on the international scene. Of course, some are new, some are old, but much said he was very candid and bold when he was addressing them. I've also had a chance to talk to some staff here at the airport to share their experience on how handling the NAM and G77 summits has been so far and what differences this summit has brought at the airport. Hello, madam. What's your name and what do you do?
I'm Bugendage Oliver. Okay. I'm working at airport. Okay. I work as a cabin groomer in Menzies Aviation. Okay. Yeah, that's all about Olivia.
All right. So what has been your experience here at the airport exactly in terms of the guest arrivals and what has been your busiest day, things like that? Just give me an insight since Monday or Sunday.
Since Monday. Yes, what I can talk about, it's all about the flights we have been operating, like Emirates. Emirates brought some of the presents and also some airways like Qatar and even G9 and even ET. It has been all those aircrafts. They have been incoming with all the presidents. Anyway, in such, ever since, anyway, I'm in Uganda and I'm a Ugandan. So I've seen some of the presidents of different countries. And from Monday, since this month started, we have been busy at the airport. And since Monday, the airport has been busy because of the NAM.
Would you say that this has been one of the busiest seasons the airport has had in a long time, or what do you say about that?
Yes, it has been the busiest part of the month because now it has brought many things and it's like togetherness with Ugandans and even other countries. Yeah.
So how usually do you get this busy in the year?
Mostly what I can say, it's all about NAM's summit. But in a year, it depends. Sometimes if it's season, like festival season, we get busy. But NAM, it is too much.
It is too much. So NAM has even superseded the festive season.
Yeah, NAM, it's too much. Ever since January started, they have been working on NAM's summit. Up to now, it has been a busy concert at airport.
In your office or in your company, what are some of the things that you have done to make sure that you prepare for NAM a little different from the way you usually do the normal?
Like in Menzies Aviation, because as I told you, I work in Menzies Aviation. Yeah. Most of the aircrafts we operate on, they've been bringing in the presidents of different countries. So it has brought us to be busy in our company. And it's like our company, it's a priority to those all aircrafts which has been bringing in the presidents.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does your company do? I see your company is called Menzies Aviation. What does Menzies Aviation do?
It operates on most of the aircrafts at the airport in Entebbe, Uganda.
And when you say operation, what do you mean?
Operation, it's like working on the aircrafts, the incoming flights and even the outgoing aircrafts.
Like you bring in guests and take them out, or you do the technical work? What exactly do you do?
Technical work, still we base on them, and even they bring the incoming passengers and even the outgoing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. With those few updates, let's get back to work and we shall be updating you with what comes later on. Wadulo Mark Arnold at the Entebbe International Airport, the commercial wing.
Wadulo at Entebbe International Airport. That was really a beehive of activity as we saw various delegates jet into the country right from Monday when we had, or actually right from I think Sunday evening when we had those that were coming to attend the senior officials meeting, of course, which is part of NAM. Then later we saw the ministers also arriving, and it was really busy yesterday when we saw the heads of state jetting into the country, and indeed a beehive of activities. There is so much that the workers there will live to tell, at least, and many of them will say, I had a glance maybe at the president of South Africa, president of Zimbabwe, I had a glance at the foreign minister for all these delegates that have come in here. So it's something that they have witnessed there. But of course also those at Punyonyo will really have so much to say, those are not journalists, that at this day they were able to have a look at a number of heads of state, because most of these sessions, much as we cover them, some are closed. So you have a look at the opening, the few that are cameras have zoomed on, but who knows, those that are really so close here. Then also important to note is when we talk about China under the G7, it being adopted, how best can these countries utilize China?
That's why
because you prophesied that, well, it could be now, the current, or in the near future, or nearest future, the superpower, and of course financially the most stable.
Yeah. Well, even if China becomes the superpower, it's not a silver bullet to all our problems, though they share some of the colonial humiliation which most of these countries went through, which the membership of the NAM and G77 went through. You know, China was also occupied mostly by the Japanese during the Second World War. And then they had a civil war which ended in 1949. So they share a lot of the sentiments we share of unoccupied people who have been subjugated, people who sought self-determination at one point. We share a lot of history. So that aspect alone makes them understand some of the problems we are going through. China also had very high poverty levels before 1980. They were actually much more poorer than Uganda. Chinese were much more poorer, walking barefoot, living in grass thatched houses. That's also motivation for us as developing countries, that it can be done. China was poorer than, at least the modern China from 1949 to 1980 was poorer than Uganda. We were wealthier. People were walking barefoot there, riding bicycles. There were no cars in China. Cars were for the super rich, or the bureaucracy, or people who work in the government are the ones who had the privilege of having a car. And it's 1980 to the present when China started changing and transforming. That's a good example. Even without China pumping money into the G77 or the non-aligned movement, China offers a very good example. It's like a brother who has succeeded. I don't know if you had that. I had that in my family. You have a brother who's doing well. Yeah, you are most likely going to do well. If he doesn't, of course, pamper you and stuff like that. Yeah, he offers a good example. So China offers that big brother example, that if you are disciplined, if your governance frameworks are well, if you do the right thing, you can also be like me. Yeah, China offers that history, and I think that's the most important thing of having China as a member. The example that you can transform the lives of people you can transform the welfare of people from people living with less than $1 a day to having an annual income on average of $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year. From less than $1 a day, that is about $300 a year, to having 20,000, 40,000, to being a high income person. Yeah, that we can achieve our potential if the public sector particularly does things right. The private sector will follow through, and we will have all these innovations and the creativity coming up from our people, and create opportunities and value for our people, and transform the lives of our people. So that's number one. That's the advantage of having China, the big brother example, that amongst us someone has succeeded, and we can be like him. The second one, of course, Chinese investments into G77. That's obvious. Foreign direct investments. That's key. Third is Chinese market. It's a market of 2 billion people. If you sold something there for $1, if you produce something, you sold it for $1, for just $1, and everyone bought, you'd be a billionaire. You'd have $2 billion. That's a very simple example. It doesn't work like that, because not everybody's going to buy. But I'm just giving you example.
Yes.
Yeah, that China is this big market you cannot justify. So our production, our natural resources have a destination. The things we have added value, raw material, value added material, minerals. China could be a source of the market. It's a big market. The fourth one is in terms of China eventually taking its position as a guarantor of global security, taking more responsibility as a rich nation, as a superpower. Yeah. China will need to contribute more to initiatives which address the welfare of the planet Earth. One of them is climate change. The other one is global security, maintaining security on trade routes, ensuring there's accountability, ensuring there's fairness. Yeah. So that's another aspect China can play. The other, although China doesn't like the idea of being a boss, it likes promoting more of equality between the people it deals with, or create that veneer of equality between the states it's dealing with. I think eventually it will have to take more responsibility. Thirdly, China can be a source of diplomacy to resolve some of the
you see it as a mediator?
Yeah, it may not want to take that role, but it should. It may not. China, they're kind of laid back. They want to more deal with business. Yeah, they don't want to at the moment.
Actually, that is why a number of countries under now prefer China. It doesn't meddle. It doesn't
meddle, but eventually, if you are the big brother in the house, you need to play your big brother role. Eventually, with all these conflicts, Sudan, there's a civil war, IGAD, there's all these disputes, the disputes between Somalia and Ethiopia. I think China needs to play a role, even as a host, even to host the conference and not interfere. Yeah, provide the facility, because it has the financial muscle.
Yes.
Eventually, it will need to start doing that. Yeah, you cannot watch friends conflicting, and you have all the standing, the credibility, and the legitimacy, and you fail to take action. That's being irresponsible to me. But eventually, I think China right now is shy on taking up those roles. But eventually, they need to lose their shyness and play the role they are supposed to play in making sure prosperity and the welfare of the people is maintained as we approach the 22nd century also.
Now, Paul, very important also for you to throw more light in. When you look at these groupings, numbers are power. Like when we said you have 122 countries under the non-aligned movement, you have 134, that is the G77 plus China. Now, there is a belief that if they work amongst themselves, even away from running for financial assistance, they are very rich countries in terms of minerals. They are very rich in terms of human resource. They may just lack a bit of polishing here and there. But let's look at the bottlenecks of conflicts. Today you have Rwanda closed the border to Uganda. Yet they are all under the East African community, where there's free goods and of movement of goods and services. You have now Congo closing Rwanda border. You know, talk about Ethiopia and Somalia, issue of Somaliland. These How best can they be handled? Because these borders, you find that, which is also one of the principles of NAM, independence, a country's sovereignty is something you should not interfere with. And they cannot coerce, you know? They look at peaceful ways of resolving conflicts. They cannot coerce. So how are we going to say we shall move forward, yet today you and I have a misunderstanding? Economically, it has a way, it is a bottleneck, and we think we are moving.
Yeah.
And the body where we subscribe to, not financially, but belong to, can just, you know, maybe what is the situation in Uganda and Rwanda, let's pronounce ourselves on that. We countries sitting in Kampala today, we've said this war should end peacefully, you know?
Yes. First of all, human conflict amongst humans, even at the smallest cell or the smallest organization, which is a family, a wife and a husband, it can never be smooth all the time. There must be some disagreement anywhere, because we are different. In a way, we come from different homes. So these are two people who have met. You're trying to create a union and create value out of that union. There will be friction sometimes, and there will be happiness most of the time. The same way with nations. There's nothing unique with this conflict. It's just human nature. Maybe there's a lot of focus on the African conflict, and which makes them look out of this world. But to me, there are things which are out of human nature and can be resolved. And can be resolved in forums such as the G77 and the NAM. The principle of non-interference, I think to a larger extent, it's good to leave a state to resolve its own issue, given its own understanding of its own cultural background. These nations were emerged out of a process which was unique for each of the countries. Some countries are homogeneous, others are not. You get it? So when a third party interferes with those affairs and lacks the understanding of even how that state was formed, will just add on to the conflict than resolve it. And you know, neighborly countries which are contiguous, tend to have fierce rivalry. It's just natural. I don't know why that happens. That your fiercest rival is the one who is closest to you. At the risk of mentioning states, let's say the fierce rivalry between Ethiopia and Somalia, and yet these countries those people are pretty much related. Yeah, are pretty much cousins. They are not far from each other. Maybe what separates them is religion. Yeah, but if you looked at their bloodline, their culture, they are all Normans. They are all Cushitic people. They are Afro-Asians. You know, they have more in common than what separates them. But then again, they are fiercest rivals. Therefore, it's good for such countries not to interfere with each other's affairs, given the bonds they share, and the outcome of what would happen if another country interferes with another country. But I think under frameworks of nations such as the one we have, G77 and the NAM, it's possible to create a mechanism for conflict resolution, effective conflict resolution. What the NAM is doing now, I agree with you, is not effective, just issuing a statement. I think going forward, there's need for a mechanism of how to enforce some of these resolutions. Probably the feeling right now is that it's too early. Well, that if we start creating a standing force, an enforcement mechanism, an early warning system, a secretariat with a lot of muscle, will lead to the organization disintegrating. I think there is that fear, and it's legitimate and genuine. But eventually, going forward, and I hope under this chairmanship, we can at least start discussing how do we make this organization more impactful to the welfare of its membership than just a talk shop and a tea party, if you will.
Well, our viewers, just to remind you, the images you're seeing on the screen, and of course earlier we are giving you what was happening at Speak Resort Munyonyo, where we had President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni take over the chairmanship of the non-aligned movement, and also the G75 plus China. The summit is still ongoing, and the current sessions are closed sessions where the media is not allowed. Earlier on, the president made a joke where he said, well, the media should go out because, according to him, these are not trusted people with the information, they're rumormongers. So this session, he never wanted the media there, but of course we know that for all meetings of this caliber, international meetings, the media will, of course, they'll have to have closed sessions, and then later they'll be able to come out and let the people know what they have arrived at. But it is the non-allied movement and the G77 summit going on at Speak Resort Munyonyo. This began on Monday, where we saw the senior government officials under the non-allied movement countries represented were having their meeting. That was for 2 days. They had both the economic and social committee and also the political committee. Now, these handled affairs in relation to the committees, what they were supposed to do, and we saw them, after 2 days of deliberation, come up with a report that was forwarded to the ministers' meeting of countries under the non-aligned movement that were represented, discuss this. Now they were scrutinizing what the senior officials had given, and now after the Council of Ministers, then the document goes to the heads of states or heads of government who are meeting today to look at what to adopt, what will finally make the Kampala declaration, and that is what we are all waiting for. We've tried to look at some of the issues that have been discussed and have been heard by some of the representatives there, and definitely we'll be able to give you more of that. But don't forget that also yesterday we had another separate, independent, high-level discussion, which was the extraordinary IGAD summit for the heads of states there, that was at State House in Entebbe, and they were discussing key issues, more so regarding issues of Somalia and Ethiopia there, and Somaliland. Well, let's look at what the program has for us. We have plenary session of heads of state and government, heads of delegation, venue that is the Rwenzori Conventional Center, which is going on as we speak. There was adoption of the agenda and program of the working summit, election of the bureau, consideration of the admission of the new members, and participation of observers and guests. Now we are looking at what the program is having, then consolidation of the report of the ministerial meeting, the statement by the head of state and government and head of delegation. Here we have delegations are requested to limit, that is their statements, to 7 minutes. Then we shall be having at 7 p.m., if all goes as timed and programmed, state banquet hosted by Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, in honor of the heads of delegation of the NAM member states. Venue will be Sunset Restaurant, and that will end day one. So as we are speaking now, what is happening? Yes, there is a plenary session of the heads of state and government heads delegation happening. This is a closed event, and of course it will go with adaptation of the agenda of the working document of the election of the bureau or some of the things you've mentioned over here, and then consolidation or admission of new members. I can't wait. If we shall South Sudan being there, and also observers, new observers and guests there, and consideration of the report of the ministerial meeting. This is a report that the ministers came up with, and then they handed over that. But any moment from now, we'll be going at Speak Resort. We'll be taking you to Speak Resort Munyonyo, where Timothy Nyangwesho is there also to update us with what is happening there. So anytime we get there, we shall be having Timothy give us that interview. Well, we've discussed so much regarding NAM and, of course, the G77 Plus summit that is going on. But as I let you out of here, what are your parting shots?
Well, one is as the summit concludes tomorrow, is the chairmanship, which is going for the next 3 years, which is going to be hosted by our president. I would like him to make the agenda clear, but also, as I said, keep it very short. It shouldn't be a lot, which cannot be achieved in 3 years. We shouldn't be very ambitious. Keep it short, achievable, but also pick on issues which are impactful, which will create momentum and impetus for his successor to push them forward, and which will make this conference memorable for many years ahead. Just like we remember, we don't remember many conferences of the non-aligned movement and G77, but we remember Bandung conference. We talked about it. It was even taught in our history courses in
1955.
Yeah, it's always remembered. It means it was impactful. President Yoweri Museveni can also make this very impactful, and it's talked about for generations, even by people who are not born now.
Yes.
When we are long dead, generations will talk about the conference which was held at Munyonyo in Kampala, Uganda. And that will depend on not only the nice ambience and all the security and all the nice facility he has provided. That's part of it, but people forget that very quickly. But the agenda he picks and how he pushes that agenda. So I eagerly wait for that agenda. Probably he made it during his speech, but he can refine it more going forward and share it with the media and call upon us Ugandans to help him achieve that agenda going forward. I hope one of them is establishment of a secretariat, but if it's not one of them, we will support whatever he comes up with.
Well, I want to thank you so much, Paul Lacombe, who happens to be a senior research fellow, Economic Policy Research Center, and of course leading forecaster and advisor to the government on international organizations of physical policy. Thank you so much for your time, of course, and of course the knowledge and the insight you've given us into the non-allied movement and the G77 summit that is going on and what we should expect. Well, earlier on I told you of about our team that is at the Speak Resort Munyonyo, that they will be giving us an update, and of course that will be Timothy Nyangwesho doing that just after this break.
Welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to, you've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
Jovia. Ng'oyolekera ku lugendo luno olw'obulamu nkuwa ekirabo eky'amaanyi agatazizibwa, amaanyi okulabibwa n'okuwulirwa mu mawanga ag'ewala ennyo, okutuuka buli wamu nga yadde togenzeeyo, ensi yonna ng'ekuli mu ngalo. Okutambula mu biseera n'okumanya buli kimu ekirina okumanyibwa. Jovia, kino kye kirabo kyange gy'oli.
Tewali kumu ku kye ky'osobola okukola ku mukutu nnandameggwa ogwa MTN.
The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
And powered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
Pick of the day on UBC.
One-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
A weekly face-to-face conversation focusing on accountability, inspiration, information, and sensitization of the public from the various sources.
Is it true that you paid 5 million shillings to...
Way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
No more rashes and irritations. Movit Herbal Jelly and Herbal Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit all day confidence.
The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
And powered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
Pick of the day on UBC.
One-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
A weekly face-to-face conversation focusing on accountability, inspiration, information, and sensitization of the public from the various sources, such as inspirational profiles.
Having disability is not inability.
Every Friday 9 p.m., it's one-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
Don't you see anywhere that you would give a credit in the fight against COVID?
My role as the owner of the country is not to, be preoccupied by giving credit to my servant.
We have said that if we are to talk to General Museveni, there must be certain conditions in place.
Is it true that you paid 5 million shillings to MPs that voted for?
Was brought to you by MTN Momo Pay is the easy way to pay. Dial *165*3# or use the MTN Momo app. You don't need cash. MTN Momo Pay is safe and free.
Thank you so much for keeping it with us on UBC TV as we give you updates as they're coming in from Speak Resort, Munyonyo. I can see Timothy seems to be ready, of course, to give us an update of what is happening at Speak Resort, where we are having the Non-Allied Movement Summit and the G77 plus China going on. Yes, Timothy. Timothy.
Thank you very much, Chirabo, and thank you very much for keeping it here at UBC, especially with this NAM edition. Only in Uganda is where you find a bowl made with fiber here, and also at the exhibition that is happening here in Munyonyo. We're down this side at the extreme end to show you exactly what the exhibitors have for us down here. You can look around me and see exactly what is there, from sandals to fiber bowls to bracelets to openers and a lot of fashion. I'll also be bringing you some food stuff. Different things that you didn't expect can be made from the fabric or the food that we have in this country that can be added value to. You can look at table mats, there are bags, fabric that is being made here. In case you were younger and you're looking for what to do with your child there, we have something that you can put over their beds that can dangle. It's really a hot season, and in case you need one of these caps, they can be able to help you. We have mats, what we call wibbo here, and a lot of them here, bags. A lot of things, if you go to the extreme end there, you'll see some that look almost like chandeliers, but these are Ugandan made, and you can be able to use them in your rooms to be able to shed the light or keep the warm light inside so that your rooms look elegant, even as some of the we have also things like giraffes here, a lot of animals also. I have a buffalo that I am holding right here, in case you've never seen one or gone to any of the national parks. This is one that can be able to exhibit in your house. So please come down here and be able to see what is happening in Munyonyo. This is a very beautiful buffalo. I'll keep it here until we get it done there. Also some wire mesh that is made from, they use it to make cars, aeroplanes. You know, if you're looking for things for kids to play with, that's very nice to have. Dolls, Ugandan dolls that are also here. You can be able to look at some of these Ugandan dolls. We have also placards that you can take as souvenirs. They're also here. Beads that make necklaces. People that are doing wonderful things. I'll be bringing you juice that is made from something that I'm not really sure about. I'll test it and be able to tell you how good it is, but it's all happening down here in Munyonyo. So let me get to some of the exhibitors so that you can be able to have some conversation with them here. I have Serene who is here with me. She can be able to come and we have a conversation about some of the things that are here. Serene, how are you? And it's good to finally meet you.
Thank you so much.
First and foremost, I like your sweater. It's like the whole flag here, black, yellow, red.
I'm patriotic about the country.
I also see the earrings are also patriotic about the country.
Absolutely.
So, we have guests that are up there, and I see you're holding something. What is it you're holding? It has the whole African map. Why are you holding this, and what is interesting about it?
Well, this is a map of Africa that is made out of bottle tops and kitengi offcuts. Well, I do run a social enterprise that empowers women and youth to produce authentic Ugandan products, but again, to also conserve the environment. So after all these things that are done here using kitengi, the offcuts, the women sit down and then make beautiful products out of this, and one of them is...
Wow. How long have you been in the fashion and design business, and why fashion and design?
Well, I've been in this business for 3 years, I should say, since COVID-19. However, I was born into fashion because my mother is a fashion teacher. Why am I doing this business? When COVID-19 hit, I realized that there was a need for us to empower the local artisans. And one of the ways that I did that was through an e-commerce store that promotes the authentic Ugandan made products. That is trillionlooks.store. So that is how I've been running this store, and also coming to such exhibitions to exhibit the different products that the women make. And also people can buy them and then feel how authentic they are as souvenirs, and then remember the country as well as they empower these women economically.
And I saw you're following the advice from the minister to smile, so please keep smiling. Let me ask, I see... We'll get to that in a short while. I see this is bottle tops and offcuts. What else do you do, and do you do things for men too?
Yes, we are a fashion brand. So we work with different local designers, and some of the brand names include Nasimbwa, Ndagire, Zuba bags, Mugabe hats. So if you would go to my store, maybe you could look at some of the things that the women and men and youth make. Yes.
So I'm going to come to your stall after we're done with some of these interviews for them to be able to see why would a delegate buy something from you? What is it that is so special? What is the connotation behind some of the designs and the fabrics you have?
Well, authenticity. Most of the products that we sell, Kitengi fashion products, we pre-wash these products such that we remove the pre-coloring and then also to avoid cringing of these products. So all our products are pre-washed. You will get a product and you will wear it forever, and the authenticity is it's 100% cotton. So there is nothing like spoiling the environment in the products that we sell.
Lastly, if I came down as a delegate, would you fit and tailor something for me to live with in the next few days?
Absolutely, and we would also use Posta Uganda to ship your products.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you for talking to us there. Serene there, and we're going to go to her stall in a short while to be able to see what she's doing there. She's told you she's doing everything from fabric from Uganda here. She makes it from men to ladies, anything you desire, from the hats to the fabric. Either you want a shirt, a trouser, shorts, or even sandals, she will be able to make it. And it's authentic, it is cotton, and she ensures that you can receive it even when you leave and leave your addresses here. Let me get some of the other feedback from some of the exhibitors that are here. And I'm going to be joined by Diana Nsereko to be able to discuss some of the things she's doing. Hey, Diana, good afternoon, and it's good to see you.
Good afternoon, good to see you, Timothy.
So I knew matoke as a bunch. Why do you carry a box?
Yes, now this is the only country in the world where we have green banana flour, and we have managed to innovate and add value to it, producing flour, gluten-free flour. So we have a product called toke, as you see this box here. The green bananas that are largely found here in Uganda, which is a staple food for most Ugandans. We have now innovated it, and we're able to make different types of flour.
Do I get the same feeling? Because some of our guests were down eating lunch, and the cuisine was really Ugandan. Do I get to feel the same texture as the matoke that is down there, or this is something that is really refined that I don't get the same text?
Yeah, so you do. So this particular one, this particular box, this one here is used for baking. So if you're looking for flour that could help you produce gluten-free products, just like what you would, then we also have, let me show you this one. This is the product that is instant, that gives you the real matoke. Yes, it gives you the real matoke, but you can also use it to produce porridges, you can produce soups, so you can produce purees and all sorts of other products. But so we have two main products that we have been able to innovate. But going ahead further, I can show you just some of the byproducts that are coming from this flour.
Bring some of the byproducts that have been gotten from matoke here. We'll be seeing what exactly is happening with those. Let me drop the bowl down and be able to see some of these. These are buns.
Yeah, those are buns. So we have cookie, we have biscuits that we have produced from here, from the same product. We have all types of cakes. So these are just to show you that you can just innovate with using our flour, and you're able to produce different products. And these particular products, first of all, they have the health benefits is that they are gluten-free and they are high in starch, starch resistant. So these products here, what we have, you could come down to our stall today, and we'll be able to take you through what we produce. At the moment now, we're also looking for off-takers in different countries. We're looking to export this particular flour because we know there's a demand for healthy alternatives to wheat, and we have them here. So I'll be grateful to see. I'll be looking forward to anyone who come down at the store and show them further what we can do with the products that we have from Toke.
And I see this is value addition from the matoke, the green matoke we have here. Generally, we produce in masses, and now you're adding value to it to be able to find market for it there. One of the things that I think has caught me is the health benefit to it. We can make anything using the flour. We can make porridge and the matoke there. Well done, well done. Why would the delegate come to you, and can you supply in mass?
Oh yes, our factory right now is best. We have a huge factory. We're able to produce over 60,000 tons per month of this particular flour. So we are able to meet any demand that a delegate, anyone would be interested in taking this particular product. So they will be, and we also have the certifications. We have the ISO. We're working with all that. So you're able to take a very good product, a good high quality product, and you will get a consistent supply of it.
So when they come down, they can be able to sample some of these products, especially the cookies.
Yes. Oh yes, and they're very delicious. So they'll be able to notice the difference between a product that does not have matoke flour and one that does.
Thank you very much, Diana. We really appreciate the time. This belongs to you before it disappears here. So you have seen exactly what is happening down here. I've shown you fabric, I've shown you the value addition that happens to matoke there, and they show you it can come. If you don't want to peel, you don't want to get into the hassle of peeling, they have added value to it. You can be able to make the matoke, make the porridge, the made cookies there, tea bites that you can also have there. They've also made flour that you can be able to use for other things. The best thing about this is it's gluten free. The health benefit to it is immense. So let me invite a gentleman that also has something quite interesting. It's smoking. I'm not sure if we're safe, but we'll find out if we're safe. Your name, please.
I'm Samuel Bakaluba. And
Sam, just come closer. Yes.
I'm Samuel Bakaluba, and I work with Prof Bioresearch. Prof Bioresearch, we basically deal in value addition of our plant-based natural resource, and we add value to those plants and make different products, as you may see, and as I'm going to demonstrate to you. This one is a plant called jasmine.
Yes.
Jasmine is not a name of a person, but because of the scent of that plant, people jumped onto the name that I'm also jasmine because of the smell that comes out of this plant. So this is a perfume made from that plant called jasmine. Yeah.
Perfume, as in you can put it on your body. And
you can put it on your body, or you can decide to improve the scent of the whole place where you are through this technology.
So this is jasmine inside here.
Yeah, this is jasmine.
So whatever we're smelling is jasmine.
Jasmine.
What benefits are there in jasmine?
For basically, jasmine is for scent, but it is also mind toner. Once you inhale, once that scent comes into your mind, it tones you, depression, anxiety, and all that. Then we have after that one, we have eucalyptus, the common one.
The normal eucalyptus that we have in this country.
The normal eucalyptus. You can extract oil out of eucalyptus leaves through distillation, like the normal way they distill alcohol. You can still have those eucalyptus leaves into a distiller. At the end of the process, you get eucalyptus oil. Eucalyptus oil is a mosquito repelling oil.
Let's start from the oil. Yeah. You said you can drain oil out of eucalyptus. Can this oil be used to cook?
This is not for cooking. These are the kind that we call essential oils.
Oh.
Yeah, essential oils, they serve purposes like I've showed you, jasmine. It can be used for perfume. Eucalyptus can be used as a mosquito repellent. It can be used in sauna, steam baths. You can use it as a massage oil. Yeah. Now for this case, with this technology, you open it up, you pour your eucalyptus inside, and this whole place, if there are mosquitoes, they will be repelled out of your place.
For how long will the mosquitoes be away?
With this technology, it can keep the scent in the house for a whole week. In one burning, it can keep the mosquitoes away for a whole week. As small as this, it can take you for a whole month because you need a little.
How much do you need to drop in such?
3 sprays, like 3 sprays. 3 sprays.
Okay, so eucalyptus is here, and this is where you get it from. Normal eucalyptus.
Normal eucalyptus, the leaves, through a distillation process. At the end of the day, you correct the oil.
So how much does this cost?
This goes for 20,000.
20,000 shillings.
Yeah. So someone who's just seeing eucalyptus for timber, this is the way to go. And there is so much money in harnessing the value of the leaves than someone looking at just the timber and wood.
So these are also byproducts that can be able to come out of eucalyptus instead of just doing the wood.
Definitely.
Okay, so what else do you have for us?
This one is also the cedar, Christmas tree. It is still through the same process of distillation. The Christmas tree, we normally use them during Christmas time. We hang on balloons and it ends there. But the same leaves, you distill them, you get this oil, the cedar oil. This one works basically on flu, bronchitis, asthma, sinuses, allergies, and I would want to sample one of your people to show you the strength of this plant.
And I'm going to take you to Alex there to show us exactly. But even as you do that, for you that come to the tropics and you're wondering, you know, malaria, mosquitoes, those are concerns when you read about what's happening in the country there. You can come in and be able to buy one of these, especially in your hotel room. Just put it in warm water. Can I just put it in a basin of warm water and the steam comes out? Definitely. So it clears the room of mosquitoes.
It clears.
So you're concerned about that, please come. And then there's the cedar here. And this is also for your clearing your bronchitis, clearing all your, you know, your ears, ear, mouth and throat. I've also seen thieves oil that you have.
You know it.
That one I put in hot water and drink.
That is it also. And for thieves oil, it is a blend of a number of these oils with cedar inclusive, eucalyptus inclusive, rosemary. For it is a blend. And the history of that oil was also back in the day, in the years in French, when Black Plague broke out, just as we saw COVID break out here. That's how that thieves oil got to be discovered. It was discovered by those merchants, but later turned to be thieves because there was nothing to do during that time.
So Sam is here and he has told us about it, and I can also testify that thieves oil really works. And yes, it could be 20, 30,000 shillings, but it will last you a long period. Just a few drops in warm water and you're able to let it settle and then take it. You will feel a lot of relief, especially if you're fatigued, you're feeling stressed. But all this is to add value. Our delegates are here, they're discussing COVID and how they worked on COVID. These are also things that can be used to be able to fight flus and coughs.
These are the things we used. Most of us never took those jabs because we believed in what we do, and it is tested. And a lot of people get helped out from our place using this kind of medication. And we are very grateful for God for blessing us with this beautiful country and this natural plant resource we have.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time. You can go and test it out on Alex as we come there. But I want to tell you that once you come down to this exhibition, you will be able to see exactly what's happening. The bags, amazing bags. You get all these bags and you're wondering how long will this last. This is fabric that you really need. You also come all the way and see some of the beautiful things that can be decor within any hotel, any place you go to, a souvenir that you can be able to give away. Come down here where the exhibitors are. Pick yourself something. It will be something that is memorable for you. A lot of things that you can be able to do with. I really love some of these that really look like chandeliers. Put a bulb in, fix it up there, be able to get the lighting and the aroma in your room there. You move on, you can see as many things as possible. I have necklaces here. They're not for men, but they're for women. You can come down here, pick something for yourself. You want to look nice in your outfit as you go out. These are some of the things that you need to come down here and be able to see. Bracelets from different countries. Let it be Kenya, let it be Tanzania. You come down here, you'll be able to support East Africa as it is. Plaques, paper bags. You want to save the environment. We're talking about climate change. This is one of the things you need to be able to do. Paper bags that are really recyclable. You can be able to reuse them, keep them for as long as possible. They're showing me also bags that are here, and it's a 2-in-1. You can be able to use it for coins and all these other things. Wow. This is a whole shopping bag. So for any of you ladies, gentlemen that go out there shopping, you can take this, take it anywhere and buy stuff that you really need. We have a lot of things that can be shown off here. Necklaces for any that you desire. Feel free. Simple wallets of keeping money. I've seen some of these in restaurants as you get your change. Wonderful. So in case you're wondering how your wallet disappears, this is one way to keep the money safe in there. We have bags, we have chains here, we have a lot of fabric. Get me one of these here that we use to grind, yes. These are also souvenirs that you can be able to take. Pesos that you can be able to use to grind any garlic or ginger, anything you're wishing to do with. And these are long-lasting table mats. Amazing table mats. Those that want table mats, we have a lot in stock for you, and they're all Ugandan, all made here. A long piece and 6 pieces there. How much does that go for?
50,000 a set.
Just 50,000 for one set. Wonderful. And this?
This is 50 still.
And these two?
These ones?
Yes. Each is 10,000 shillings. Come down here and get yourself something that is a souvenir. We have bracelets that are here for men. The gentleman could say we're leaving them out, but we have a lot of bracelets that are for men that are here. Come down, get yourself something. The ladies, accessories that you can put on even as you wear anything to your offices as you move on there. Come down and see our exhibitors and see what they're making out of these things. We also have the silverback. He came. He's with us here, but we have only his head. But you can come and keep this. It's magnetic. Put it on your fridge. I'll be able to keep your reminders there. Stick up things as far as possible. I'll be able to switch and have you see some of the things that are here. We have a lot of artifacts that are here. Sandals that you can be able to put on. I have the flag and the African continent. All of us are now part of NAM, so please come and pick this. It's about 55,000 for you. Hang it up in your wall. Ivory, you know, all these corsets that you can be able to use for drinks. Quite a mammoth of things that you can be able to get yourself. Wallets in animal skin, especially cow skin there. Bracelets, bags, ladies. You don't want to carry heavy things. These are bags you can go away with. Come down here. The oils, as we told you, are already here. Thieves oil, different shades of oil. If you want to be able to go natural, this is the one where you can go there. Feel free to come down and get yourself something. I can tell you for a fact that one of these will last you close to 2 months, and it will be giving you essentials there. The professor has also written a book that you can be able to know exactly what's up. This is leather here, and I see beautiful leather bags. May I? Okay, thank you very much. This I love so much. You want to put it in your house and be able to see what happens with it. It adds value to it, and it's exquisite because it's completely different from the carpets you get elsewhere. And now I come to the bags, the leather bags that are made from here. All this is made here. This is Ankole cow's skin, and gold. Wow. So, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
So all this is made from skin?
Yes, all this is leather from cow hides and goat and sheep skin. This one is a leather bag made here from Kaumutanale, Uganda. The leather is made in Kaumutanale, Uganda. We receive the low hides from our slaughterhouses in Uganda. Yes. And then we process the good leather that you can see. We have the samples of the materials around, and from these materials we get such a bag, such a pure leather bag, including such a shoe. It is from the same leather.
Toilet bags too?
These are toilet bags.
From the leather from our animals?
From our own cows. And then this, when we come to this section, this is from goat and sheep skins. So after processing, we receive them as fresh as that.
As fresh as this?
Yes.
So let me pick up this and so that we can look at the contrast.
Exactly. We receive this very fresh. This is already treated, but we receive them very fresh from the slaughterhouses. So we treat all that fresh thing into this.
Wow.
This is a very fine leather that you can use for several things. Cushions in your chairs, bags, women bags. You can have as many as possible. We have garments. These are for garments. Your jacket, a skirt, a trouser, anything
so
that
if I
you
want a
love.
jacket like that, and like one of these I'm wearing,
Yes,
how much would it go for?
It wouldn't take much. Material alone, it would take you like 100,000, and the labor, total together with the labor, you cannot exceed 250 with genuine leather.
So I can get a genuine leather jacket from you at 150,000 or 200,000?
Yes, and a big one, because now this is a bigger size of a person. So if it is a smaller size, actually it is cheaper doing genuine leather from our own country, and you get that classic leather jacket.
Wow. You can see some of the fabric there, and I'm going to go to the back so that you can be able to see some of the fabric that is here. One of the things that has really blessed me is the toilet bags that you see here. Gentlemen, ladies, you're traveling, you want to be able to see this. Look at the fabric at the back here. This comes from cows. These are cow hides, and they're refined up close so that you can be able to see. Look at how beautiful it is. You can get yourself a jacket of any kind. Come down here, get your measurements, and they'll be able to get it to you, either by post or FedEx. Anywhere you want it, they can be able to get it for you. This is the material that they're showing me here. And this myself a good sofa set.
It's still made from cow hides, and this is meant for sofa sets.
Wow.
Then we have another one that is meant for car seats.
This is car seats. What's the difference? What's the difference between the two?
The making itself is different, and the texture is different, and the chemicals used on these two are different.
So we come from this almost to where we are right here with the two you're holding. Just hold up what you have there. So look at these two. You decide to make a chair here. You decide to make everything that is there, and you need to be able to come here. Look at all this fabric in different shapes. Say that again.
This is meant for bags, and even you can make ladies' shoes.
So this is from what exactly?
It is from cow hides, but we print it, we make it in a way with a different print called crocodile. When you look at it, it has a skin of a crocodile, a print of a crocodile skin. So basically, you can do any design you need. Just put in your order of any color, you get what you want. Classic.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate the time. This has really been eye-opening for me. Please come down to where they are here. You can be able to see them. This is one of the initiatives, and you can see exactly what they do. Leather in this country, we have slaughterhouses that are across the country, both in Kampala and across the country, and those hides are gotten and added value to. These Thank you for adding.
It is a depiction of a real cow.
So how much is the set?
This is $100. You can hold for me.
Okay.
Make a cow.
We're going to we're going to make a cow here. So this is the Ankole cow. I'm not sure if the lady is the cow, but yeah, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. So I call upon you to come down to the exhibition here. Now we get into the texture and the tailoring that is happening here. We have door mats that are at the bottom. You can use them in your bathrooms. A lot of things happening here. Madam, good afternoon, and how are you?
Good afternoon, how are you, sir?
So I see a lot of fabric, a lot of cotton. Where is it made from? How is it made? Walk us through that journey.
This is pure cotton from Uganda. It's made on a handloom. This is the handloom, and it's made by the children we train in the presidential initiative on skilling the girl child. We get students from the ghettos, those who are vulnerable, those who are needy. We train them for free, and they come up with these products so that we train them so that they can earn a living through the president's program.
So where do you get the cotton? Where is the cotton gotten from? And do you have enough supply to be able to add value to the cotton like you do here?
We buy the cotton that is already made into thread from fine spinners Bugolobi.
Okay.
Ugandan cotton.
Please bring me the navy blue one at the back there, because the delegates need to see that their drivers are dressed in fabric that comes exactly from here. So that, in case you've had your drivers with us here, that's exactly what they're wearing as they're moving around and driving you around. And this is material that is here with us here, and it's made by them here. This is the Presidential Skilling Initiative, and these are some of the uniforms that they make. As far as back as some of the things that you're seeing at the back there, feel free to come. You want a shawl, you're from Asia, you're looking for a shawl to put over your shoulder right there, you'll have one here. It keeps you warm regardless of the weather that is there. We have bags that are all over this place, but also if you want a print that has a Ugandan flag to it, you can have them. Someone walk me through these mats, because they're quite interesting, and I want to be able to see them. The mats, I see quite a number of mats, and how are they sustained? Because they can absorb water. Yes.
These mats are very washable. You can wash them by machine or by hand. The materials we use are all washable.
How long lasting are they?
They are very long lasting because quality is our first priority.
Because threads and water really don't give you longevity. So how do you manage to make sure it lasts long?
Actually, we get the best quality thread so that it doesn't fray, and we guarantee you that it lasts long enough.
Thank you very much. Let me go to the back here and see what this gentleman was doing. For some example, and I'm going to start here at Mama who is here. And how are you, and good afternoon?
Good afternoon, Timothy. Is that your name?
You're quite very clever to be able to get it in the first time. So the bags that I see here are really amazing bags. What are they made out of, and why do you make them? What's the story behind them?
Thank you so much. I think it will begin here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I see a lot of
yes.
Construction, plumbing, carpentry, electronic.
This is the presidential initiative for skilling the girl and the boy child under State House. This is the president's own initiative to get the vulnerable, the dropouts, the ghetto, the street kids, the murderers, the prostitutes, those that are involved in vices. Some actually, because they are young, they are manipulated, they exploited to cause riots. So he has initiated this skilling to cater for them, and he trains them. We bring them, we call them in, they come, train for 6 months, and we have 9 centers in Kampala. This is in Kampala, but also it stretches to upcountry, where we have regional hubs, industrial hubs, and we train in all this. We have construction, plumbing, carpentry and joinery, electronics, electric installations, tailoring, hairdressing, bakery, confectionaries and catering, weaving, which we are looking at here. We have shoemaking, leather design, we have knitting of the cushions you are asking and the mats. We have metal fabrications, motor mechanics, and then we have a production unit, which right now is here. That is the presidential, that is a production. We are deploying the skill we have trained. They train for 6 months, and all that you see here, this is woven material. This is handmade. It is all our cotton, which enhances and promotes even the growth of cotton, and our cotton is the best, if you have to ask. So now in this, that the president keeps talking about the value addition, which is processing from raw to a product. And you have heard many times when he's talking about Uganda can stop importation of things that can be produced here. We are so rich in resources, capital, human, mention it, we have it all. So when we bring our students, like there you skipped the wigs in hairdressing, because we have hair. Value addition. We are not only training this one to stop the vices and criminality or cause job creation, but at the same time we have built capacity that if we really had an industry, all our students, which are over 20,000 in different skills as you have seen here, can go and produce massively in cotton, in leather products, in carpentry, in metal fabrications. And you can see here, these are our students. We are making different fabrics, even what I have on.
And that's what I want to ask you, because you're doing very well with helping with stopping the vices. You're doing the material here. How do you make this long lasting to become an industry that is self-sustaining, that we're not talking about an initiative that is still dependent on State House?
Right. As I've told you that we have created the production line. We are going to commercialize this. And this is an example. Already you have seen that we have made uniforms. And that is the production line, where we have taken actually our former students and we have employed them, about 200, who are right now making different uniforms, who are supplying different commodities that people need. So we are commercializing that very, very soon. Already we've started on a small scale, but eventually if we have space and we are actually, it is in the offing, we are going to bring them all in and we can be completely independent from government and from State House.
Thank you very much, Mama. I really appreciate. Please explain to me, what is she doing here? What exactly is happening? Because she looks like she's playing. So, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm all right.
So they say you are a former student. What exactly are you doing except playing around?
I'm spooling. I'm not praying. I'm just spooling.
Spooling?
Yeah.
Okay, in English.
Yeah, it is already in English. I'm spooling. Then this is a bobbin. I spool and put these ladies here. Then after I give them the other boy, he puts this bobbin in our shuttle. Then he starts beating where we make a cloth like this one.
So what are you trying to do exactly?
I'm spooling. I'm trying to put these ladies on this bobbin.
So that it is a single thread?
Yeah. There are two.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that there are two threads even as you put them there. Yeah. So after you're done here, you send it to him.
Yeah. Yes, and you can come. Then
so what benefits have you received from this skilling, and also how has it impacted your life?
I've gained the skill as me. Then I'm now in a production department. I'm getting a lot of money. I can help my mother to get some things that she wants.
And what do you think of this skilling? Is it beneficial? What should they do better? What do you see as something they can improve?
This skill is very beneficial because you see now, this bobbin is put in this one.
Yes.
This one is this one. Then after putting it here, the other man takes it. Then he starts beating the cloth.
So I'm going to come there and see, but I was talking to you about what can be improved, especially with the skilling, and what have you seen?
To employ, after studying, they employ us, then we start working. After employing us, we get a lot of money so that we can be better in our future.
So can you be self-sustaining without the skilling program after you're done with it?
I cannot.
Not yet?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you very much. Soon, eh? Yeah. Thank you. But it's also good that it's having impact there. You've seen that there. Let's come to the extreme end where a gentleman seems to be... I'm hoping we can be able to get exactly something keeps moving. So what exactly are you doing? What is happening? I see this thread is the same thread there. So what exactly are you doing?
Here I'm trying to, this process is called weaving, whereby I use the threads, cotton pure threads made within Uganda, as they have explained you there, and then whereby we come and do into different fabrics, into different colors. Like for example, you may see into this color. Also we have this, but all of them are made on this, because this is called
Timothy Nyangwesho at the Speak Resort Munyonyo, where alongside the summit that is going on, that is the Non-Allied Movement Summit and the G77 Plus Summit, there is an exhibition so that the guests are able also to see what is being done in Uganda, what is being exhibited, crafts more so. Basically, that's what we were seeing, and this gives them an opportunity to carry something back home, a souvenir for your family, to remind you that once upon a time you were in Uganda in 2024, where Uganda took over the chairmanship of the NAM and the G77 for the first time in the history of the formation of this great movement. Now, we promised you that we'll be giving you updates as they unfold and what is going to be transpiring all the days, and we began this on Monday, where I opened up with the Council of the Senior Officials of countries in the Non-Allied Movement, and that kicked off very peacefully, and of course they were able to come up with a document. Now, there we saw Ambassador Ayebale Adonia, who is Uganda's permanent representative to the United Nations, take over the chairmanship of the senior officials meeting. Then it was followed by the meeting of ministers under NAM, which also we saw our Minister for Foreign Affairs, General J.J. Odong Abaka, being also the elected to be the chairman of that meeting as well. Now, today we have seen our President, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, take the leadership or the chairmanship of the Non-Allied Movement and the G77 Plus China Summit, taking over from the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, who was represented by the Minister for Foreign Affairs. And as we speak, Uganda will be chairing this for the next 3 years. Now, we have a number of presidents in this country. Earlier, we saw the president of Somalia leave the country for other commitments. But let's also take a look at who are the presidents that have graced this meeting. We have a number of them. We have the president of South Sudan. We have the president of the Republic of Djibouti. We have the president of the Federal Republic of Somalia. We have we have received the Vice President of Cuba, the Prime Minister of Tanzania, and the President of the Republic of Kenya is with us. The President of Equatorial Guinea, the second vice president of Namibia, the president of New Caledonia, Louis Mapo, also in the country. We have the president resident of Sri Lanka. We have the president of Bosnia. We have the speaker of the council of Oman. We have the executive prime minister stroke president of Bahamas, and we also have the executive prime minister of Nepal in the country, and he comes with a delegation of 40 members, also have a delegation of 40 members from Equatorial Guinea. Now, these are some of the presidents that are in here in the country for this summit. And of course, just to give you a little bit of history of what is happening, in case you may be wondering, but since morning, we are seeing the international media, the media in Uganda, all talking about the non-allied movement and the G77+. Now, this is a grouping of a number of countries. We must say the non-allied movement has 120 countries. Looking at today's agenda, they will be looking at adopting new countries that requested to be added, and that is South Sudan, but also guests and new observers. That is according to today's program. So in case South Sudan is added, that will be 121 countries under the non-allied movement, which was birthed in 1955, that is in Bandang conference, where we saw the likes of Nkwame Nkrumah of Ghana, we saw the Prime Minister of India by then, the President of Indonesia, the President of Yugoslavia, and the President of Egypt, Nasser, very famous one, that after this conference thought it wise that they form a movement that will not align to any of the powers by then, where I had the USSR, that is the United Soviet Union there, and also had USA. Now these, we had socialism and capitalism, and of course this was after the Second World War, then came the Cold War, where it wasn't all about arms. Now these countries said we shall not participate, we shall not align ourselves to any of these two powers. But we have common issues, we have common problems, that let's look at these and have one voice to push forward in solidarity and cooperate. That is how we see from that meeting. Then they launched, or the first sitting of NAM happened in 1961. Now this was in Yugoslavia, and that is where the journey begins. But remember, they were not by that time the number they were. History tells us that there were about 25 countries at the first meeting of NAM. Now, later we see these countries think amongst themselves and say, yes, our numbers have grown, but we are all still members of the United Nations. So how do we better position ourselves under the United Nations so that we can push, we can have a stronger voice, we can have a quorum? That is when we see in 1964, when these countries, by then 77 in number, came up with the G77. The name hasn't changed as of today. It is now called the G77. Then in 1994, we saw them adopt China as an observer. Listening through today, also the country that was chairing, listening to the foreign minister, the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Azerbaijan, when they were handing over and showing what they achieved since the Baku conference in their spate of time, it is very clear that also Russia there, the adaptation comes in. But remember, we are waiting for what we know as the Kampala Declaration that will give us right information of what these countries have discussed, what they have agreed upon, and then later we shall have the summit of the future. That will be in New York still, where we will now have these better emphasized, and of course issues, some that we can predict because they have been so vocal by a number of guests. The issue of Palestine being there, the issue of the reforms at the United Nations Security Council, reforms also on the financial institutions, where you find that most of these countries are very heavily indebted, and they seem it is hard for them to get out of these debts because they believe some of the institutions are not favoring them. the nature of how they were structured. Maybe they have to move with the times and get to understand that. But also remember that this conference has about 3 major summits. Now, in its composition, you have the senior officials meeting that happens first, and they look at the and they come up through their technical, these are technical committees, where then we have the political and the socio-economic. These discuss issues, come up with a proper document or a proper draft that they pass to the Council of Ministers or the meeting of ministers that now passes to the heads of state meeting that is happening today. And if you look at the program, there is looking at what the senior officials did and the Council of Ministers did, and then later we shall see a document coming out there. But just maybe also to tell you of other events that happened along. We had the spouses, yes, meeting as well, hosted by the First Lady of Uganda, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni. And this also, we saw her talk about so much that is happening in this country and the power of working together. Actually, if you look at their program for day 1, which has been today, there was travel of the guests at Serena Hotel, arrival and view of the traditional dancers. This is now the spouses meeting alongside the G77 and NAM. The spouses also had their meeting, and we saw the host, which is the First Lady of the Republic of Uganda, welcoming them. Then they had lunch, and a very fruitful, well-packaged, I must say, documentary that talks about Uganda was played for the spouses. And then they had discussions of the content in the document and sharing best practices of an entertainment there, and unveiling of a placard at the launch also. So there is activity of the spouses also happening, and what you see on your screen happened earlier on this morning, because after arrival of the guests, then they had a group photo that had all the presidents that are available and their representatives. And we saw His Excellency also come into that picture. I'm seeing it already trending so much on various social media platforms here. So that was when they were taking the group photo area on to show who participated, who was around. Remember, even the minister did take that group photo. So it is a way of doing things. And then after the group photo, they move into, that is the meeting room, the Rwenzori Conventional Center, where deliberations started. Now, if we are to look at also some of the content, still His Excellency, after taking leadership, he became very vocal on issues of working together. Actually, he said that it is time these countries can work together to develop each other. And I want to quote some powerful statement he made here. We should clearly define priorities that favor developing countries by maintaining unity, solidarity, and collective consideration among member states in line with the Badang principles. Now, unity, solidarity is what His Excellency emphasized, and also he wasn't so happy with some of the countries who tend to meddle into affairs of other nations. Now, still looking at official program for the burial of Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. Now, this is not anywhere closer to NAM or the G77, but of course, yesterday we received sad information coming in regarding the death of Dokolo woman member of Parliament, Honorable Cecilia Ogwal. Now, according to the program that we have here, we see Sunday, July, the body will be arriving at Entebbe International Airport about Emirates at about 2 p.m. and it will be received by the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament and the family. That will be on Sunday, the 21st of January, this very month, the body of the late legislator. The body will depart for Molago Hospital, and thereafter to A+ Funeral Home. We are talking about the program for the burial of Dokolo woman member of parliament Cecilia Ogwal, who died in India while undergoing treatment. Then the body on Monday, 22nd July, the body will depart from A+ Funeral Home at about 8 a.m. and will be received at Parliament at 9 a.m. for viewing and special sitting at midday to pay tribute to the late legislator. Thereafter, the body will leave for the home in Bugolobi, Kampala for a vigil. That will be on Monday next week. Then Tuesday, we shall have the body departs her resident in Bugolobi to All Saints Cathedral, Nakasero, for the funeral service at 9 a.m. and from 9 a.m. thereafter to Dokolo via Soroti for a vigil at Adako Sub-County, Dokolo District. Now this will be on Wednesday. Then we shall see the body will depart Adoko for a joint council sitting at Dokolo District Headquarters from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. and thereafter proceed to Lila City for the vigil. Now that is Wednesday program. And on Thursday, still the program, the burial program for the late former Dokolo woman, legislator Cecilia Ogwal. The body on Thursday departs Lila City. The body departs Lila City residence for a church service at St. Augustine Cathedral, Ba Ogele, at exactly 9 a.m. Thereafter, leaves for St. Paul's Church, Alito Archidinconary, Kole District for a service at 3 p.m. And thereafter, the body leaves for her home in Do Dukusel, Alito Town Council, Kole District for a vigil. And then we shall be moving for Friday, still looking at the burial program of the late Cecilia Ogwal. Friday, church service at her home in Alito at 10 a.m. and viewing of the body. Then comes Saturday, that will be burial program, commences at exactly 9 a.m. So that will be the burial program for for the late Honorable Cecilia Ogwal, one of the longest serving members of parliament in the history of Uganda, but also a lady who joined politics at a very, very young age while she had just finished campus around 1970. When you talk about Uganda's independence, all the story there, post-independence, the name Cecilia Ogwal is something we cannot you cannot miss. Well, many were saying that she contested, that she won Miss Uganda, but like I told you, I hosted the late, and she said she never won that pageant. She just contested. So that clarification is very important. She participated, but she wasn't the winner of that contest, where many are saying she was once Miss Uganda. But indeed, Uganda lost an icon, a person that we will forever remember as a senior in parliament, but also a mother and very passionate when it comes to woman emancipation and promoting the girl child. Well, may her soul rest in eternal peace. We will greatly miss you, but Uganda Broadcasting Corporation will be giving you more highlights, more updates, and covering wherever it is possible the entire burial program as we've given it to you. We are still looking at the Non-Aligned Movement Summit and the G77 that is happening at the Speak Resort Munyonyo. We promised the official broadcaster to give you full-time coverage, 24/7 coverage. Whenever there is anything that is not a closed session, well, our cameras are there to give you that, unless it is a closed session. And of course, we'll be updating you of who is in the country and who is leaving if it has no any political or security problems that we cannot tell the public. We shall still be doing that to you. But very importantly, going back to the program, today's program, everything seems to be moving as planned, because when we look at all activities as they were planned? Yes, they have been covered, and what is happening as we speak of now, that is the after lunch, because the official opening was in the morning, then they went into a closed session. But after lunch, this is what transpired. There was plenary session of heads of state and government, heads of delegation, that was at the main hall of Rwenzori Conventional Center. Then we had adaptation of the agenda and program of work of the summit, election of work of the summit. Then we had election of the bureau, and a very interesting bit like that is consideration of admission of new members and participation of observers and guests. Now, that is also where we expect to know if South Sudan will be admitted and who are the new observers and the guests there. Consideration of the report of the ministerial meeting. Like Alia said, these feed into one another. The senior officials, then the meeting of ministers or the ministerial meeting that comes into the heads of state. And according to the program, then there will be a statement by the head of state and government, heads of delegation, and that will, well, shall see delegations are requested to limit their submissions. And finally, there will be a dinner for the guests by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. So that is the program of the say yes. So far so good, it has moved on smoothly. As on the other hand, we see also the spouses meeting also having moved on very well. Tomorrow the spouses will be moving, traveling to Murago Hospital in Kampala, and of course there will be some more viewing of traditional dancers, and all this is aimed at ensuring the world gets to know that yes, we did have NAM and the G7 in Uganda, and it was very memorable. However, what will come out is what will make so much news of those we are waiting to tell the world what was in the final document, the Kampala Declaration. And once that is out at the end of all this, we'll be able to at least give a glimpse of what has happened, what has been agreed upon, most when it comes to the issue of Israel and Palestine, when it comes to the positioning of the NAM countries and the G77 when it comes to the UN Security Council, where they are calling for reforms starting now, but there has been continuous call for reforms at this council to address the present day challenges. They believe that the way it's structured maybe does not better address the challenges that the world is facing. And of course, not to forget that we also had the IGAD meeting here, the 42nd extraordinary meeting of IGAD states, and they were discussing a number of issues, one of them being the Somaliland, issues of Somalia and their Ethiopia, and how best this could be handled. Well, our promise is to give you full coverage and ensuring that a Ugandan, you better understand how we stand to benefit, because when you walk on our streets, many are asking, tufuniramu wange gwanga. How are we benefiting out of this as a country? The long term, the short term, how do we benefit? But most important, we must understand that we are taking the chairmanship of these two, the non-allied movement and the G77. He's going to be our president to chair this for the next 3 years. Now, first, global positioning is something that our country is getting. Selling Uganda to the rest of the world. Imagine our president going at the United Nations, and he is not only the president of Uganda, but representing the second largest organization in the world to United Nations. So there he has a lot of authority when he's speaking, but also Uganda fronting our issues. This is also at a time that we shall be doing this as a country, and those other countries that we've seen a number of cooperations, bilateral agreements will be coming in there, not forgetting the business bit of it, where we had the East African Investment and Trade Exhibition at the Kampala Serena Hotel. We had the Women in Agribusiness at Serena Chigo, and all these were aiming at creating opportunities, investment opportunities for Uganda, so that we do not only look at the political side of it. Yes, politics is very important and you can do nothing without peace. Business cannot flourish, but also to use this opportunity to tap into the business world. And the Private Sector Foundation, we want to commend you so much. UNDP, thank you so very much for such a successful meeting it was. And of course, we cannot forget to thank the government of Uganda, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that worked together to coordinate. This is the first of its kind in the history of NAM. Yes, we had the Baku Summit, we had a number of these, but we have not been having a business summit alongside that. We hope this is something that will continue, that whenever we have, after 3 years, when we have this, when we have the heads of government, the ministers, the senior officials sitting alongside, there will be that. But there was also an event that didn't get so much of coverage, but that was the NAM Women's Meeting. Now here we saw our Minister for Gender, Labour and Social Development, Betty Amongi, calling for inclusion, more inclusion of women when it comes to issues of NAM. Actually, they called for a side event for women in NAM whenever there is such a gathering. That we set the 5 millennium goals that aim at empowering women and addressing issues of gender, and we seem not to be delivering any. So they believe that with such a platform, they will be able to address these issues and bring them out. So there's so much activity surrounding this, and don't forget that we shall be having the Secretariat, and of course we shall have our Ambassador Adonia Ayebare, permanent representative of the United Nations, chairing the senior officials meeting for the next 3 years. We shall have our own Minister JJ Odong chairing the ministerial meeting there, and His Excellency now doubling for NAM. What comes for Uganda? So much there. What comes for this body? It is based on solidarity. These countries that when they unite and speak with one voice, they are better listened to. When they unite and speak with one voice, issues are better and more taken serious at various platforms of the world. So we wait to see, will these really be issues, and will they be addressed in the long run? Because NAM is going to come, the declaration will be there, the Kampala Declaration, but what next after? This is where many are arguing that unless we have a bureau, unless we have a secretariat that will be following up this, unless we have these member states find ways of finding finances to move this further, then there could be a challenge. Our permanent secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Vincent Bajile, say that we need about 19 billion Uganda shillings in the next 3 years to ensure that we push for various activities, so that this declaration does not just be a game of minds. Do you buy this? Do I buy this? But also money sustains various activities. The meetings that may be carried out at this particular time, how do we ensure that these meetings really happen? The various travels, the various facilitations, all these need money and willingness. Well, we promise to be giving you more of what is happening, and anytime we'll be having a number of our troops that are all over. We have those at the airport. Robert Onyango has spent the entire day with the team at the airport. We have at Speak Resort Munyonyo, and of course here where the cooking is happening and ensuring that it comes right to you with me and many of other people that run affairs here, to see that we come live to you, but also we keep you updated with what is happening as various events unfold. Thank you so much. We'll return shortly.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
irritations? No more rashes and irritations. Movit Herbal Jelly and Herbal Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit all day confidence.
The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
And powered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
Get value for your money by choosing the right paint. With Global Paints, you don't just paint, but paint for generations to come. Make Global Paints a paint of choice and make your building a paradise. We have weather coat emulsion, undercoat emulsion, silk vinyl emulsion, flat emulsion, super gloss and high gloss. Global Paint, a reliable product.
When it is KB o'clock, you need more from your voice bundles. That's why MTN is offering you more minutes across all networks that don't expire. Buy the new 90-minute Freedom Bundle at 5K or the 200-minute bundle at 10K and just with no limit. Katiteri ate, no excuses. Make the call now. Dial *100*21# or use the My MTN app and enjoy your Freedom Bundle today. MTN. Together we are unstoppable. Terms and conditions apply. MTN is regulated by the Uganda Communications Commission.
The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
And powered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
The only water that can quench my thirst. Aquafina, we are good. Aquafina, hydration that is good. With essential and good. 10 over 10 water bottle. Aquafina.
In the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
When it is KB o'clock, you need more from your voice bundles. That's why MTN is offering you more minutes across all networks that don't expire. Buy the new 90-minute Freedom Bundle at 5K or the 200-minute bundle at 10K and just with no limit. Katiteri ate, no excuses. Make the call now. Dial *100*21# or use the My MTN app and enjoy your Freedom Bundle today. MTN. Together we are unstoppable. Terms and conditions apply. MTN is regulated by the Uganda Communications Commission.
Thank you so much for being with us on UBC TV right from morning when we started the official broadcast of the non-aligned movement and the G77 plus China summit. And like I told you earlier, we'll be updating you with whatever is happening now. Robert Onyango at Entebbe International Airport, of course, to let us know what is transpiring there. And of course, he's there with Jethro, but let's first have Jethro give us an update of how events have been unfolding and actually what is happening there. Yes, Jethro.
Thank you so much, my colleague Robert Chirabo. Maybe to give you a smaller update on what is happening at the VVIP terminal here in Entebbe at Entebbe International Airport. What I can surely tell you is so far the day is very bright. Today we managed to receive a number of dignitaries. We received at least the Prime Minister of Morocco as well as the Prime Minister in Ethiopia early in the morning. And as of today, we haven't received, per now, we haven't received any other delegate or senior official as by the time we did this leak. However, so far so good. We are enjoying the environment, and what I can surely tell you, for the number of presidents we have received so far from day one, remember we have about 15 or so presidents who are here to attend the 19th summit together with the G77 plus China. And remember, the summits are going on here in Kampala, in Munyonyo. Now, apparently, the security is so far doing a very, very good and important role to safeguard the VVIPs who are here to attend the summits. However, I am not alone. I am with my colleague Robert Onyango, who is just next to me to give us what he feels and what he has observed so far for the few days that we have taken as we are going on with these summits. Robert, help us understand, what have you so far understood? What has so far captured your attention for the few days that we have taken as we are welcoming our dignitaries that are attending the 19th summit here?
Well, thank you, Comrade Jordan. Just to begin with the first...
Jethro,
rather, thank you for the correction. Just to begin with the question we have posed, that what has so far caught my attention is, in fact, yesterday, the plane which brought in the President of the Republic of Libya almost caught everyone's attention. It was very huge, it was very big. And this speaks to the volume that indeed Africa as a continent is rich. If we still have presidents who can afford this kind of movement, where they can charter their own planes as big as it was, coming with a delegation of over 40 or 50 people, it also gives us the magnitude of these conferences which are happening in Kampala. Then beyond that, the reception mode here, where presidents and vice presidents, even ministers and prime ministers were received here, it also gives the level of how the government of Uganda was organized. Because we have seen here delegates or presidents coming at almost a very short interval from the first and the next or even the third. But you don't see pressure on the host country as Uganda. Security was very prepared. They had done very many dry runs and tests to ensure that what they were preparing for on the D-Day, they deliver. And we have seen that happen here. Then lastly, I can also talk about the preparation here. Apart from the security protocols and everything, the local journalists here have been providing on-time updates and feeds to the entire country and probably to the entire world. So on day 5 of this summit, we still want to believe that we will emerge as victorious in terms of preparation levels. We will also have gained a lot in terms of money which comes to the economy, because as we talk of today, we are told over 2,000 rather delegates are in Uganda. We are earning from all these people who are here. Then the capacity of this airport, no one thought that as a country as Uganda, we are prepared to this level, that we can receive dignitaries and delegates of this magnitude on a short time, because you know me and you how long the government has prepared for this. Then we are hoping by close of business, after the 2 summits, everyone will give a thumb to Uganda in terms of preparations of the 2 summits.
All right, thank you so much, my colleague. But of course, not forgetting that today is the day when President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni was handed over the instruments of power as the chairman of the 19th summit. And remember, Uganda, we are going to be on the steering wheel for 3 years. What's your say about that?
Of course, when you are the chairperson, you take up the priority of setting the agenda even, then that respects. It also speaks to the fact that we are being trusted by many countries, because very many people would have wished. Let's go to pick it from the political aspect, where if you're a chairperson of a village, you are someone who take your sofa, some respected. You have power and authority of almost the entire village. This is the chairperson of NAM. He takes precedence in everything. So this speaks to the fact that if there is anyone who has been doubting the capacity of Uganda as a country, the capacity of President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni as a person, then this new role he's taking in that line of being the NAM chairperson for the 3 years, he will take us, I believe, he will give us, we have even gotten now the bigger bargaining percentage and power when it comes to what we want, be it in the market perspective, be it in arms and everything. So this is a take home for Uganda at the beginning of the summit.
All right. Thank you so much, my colleague Robert Onyango. Maybe to remind our viewer that we are still standing here at the Entebbe International Airport, the VVIP terminal, where most of the VVIPs are passing as they are coming and also going back probably after finishing whatever they came to do here in Uganda. Of course, I'm talking about attending the 19th NAM summit that is held here in Uganda, together with the G77 plus China summit that will be taking on come Sunday this very week. Maybe to tell you, we are still waiting for more presidents who are probably that we are expecting to arrive anytime from now or later in the day. Of course, we expect them to come and take part in the G77 summit. Thank you so much. Back to you in the studios, Chirabo.
Thank you, Jethro and Robert Onyango there at the airport. Yes, Onyango made seeing a very big plane. Well, those are some of the benefits you get when you're a journalist, because you have first-hand information as you rumor monger around here and there. Well, we'll be giving you, of course, updates as they come in. When those presidents arrive, we'll be carrying, of course, a live feed of what's happening there. But we can say all has gone well for day one, because sooner, of course, the heads of states will be winding up what is happening at the Speak Resort Moyo. Then it will be time for the presidential dinner, where he will be hosting his guests as the chairman of the non-allied movement and the G77. And remember, it is in Uganda, and this is the 19th summit. And unique in nature, because it is the first time we are seeing one president being the chair of both the NAM and at the same time the G77. We are waiting also finally the outcomes, which will be the Kampala Declaration, and thereafter see how best this will enable the transformation, the developments that these countries are pushing for, that above all include representation at the United Nations Security Council and the declaration on the Palestine and Israel war. Well, we'll hand over to normal programming. Have a nice time. Keep smiling. Keep smiling. My brother for Habari Swahili News is already here to take you through. Have a lovely time.
The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
And powered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
Eno bwenuma nga nywako kumiru tayimwera nga nyozaako bwenva mutuliro mumiro nga nywako mu ofisi yakwafinera gyemunywerayo hydration time yeyeka kwenywako the only water that can quench my thirst, yeah. Aquafina we are good.
the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
When it is KB o'clock, you need more from your voice bundles. That's why MTN is offering you more minutes across all networks that don't expire. Buy the new 90-minute Freedom Bundle at 5K or the 200-minute bundle at 10K and Jazz with no limit. Katiteri ate, no excuses. Make the call now. Dial *100*21# or use the My MTN app and enjoy your Freedom Bundle today. MTN. Together we are unstoppable. Terms and conditions apply. MTN is regulated by the Uganda Communications Commission.
Irritations? No more rashes and irritations. Movit Herbal Jelly and Herbal Soap is rich in natural herbs for a smooth and glowing skin.
Movit all day confidence.
Get value for your money by choosing the right paint. With Global Paints, you don't just paint, but paint for generations to come. Make Global Paints a paint of choice and make your building a paradise. We have weather coat emulsion, undercoat emulsion, silk vinyl emulsion, flat emulsion, super gloss and high gloss. Global Paint, a reliable product.
My name is Colonel Edith Nakarima Asuzwa. I head the State House Investors Protection Unit established by His Excellency Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal is a digital platform that empowers investors to get authentic information, make inquiries, report, verify, and receive feedback. The Electronic Investors Protection Portal serves all existing and prospective investors, both domestic and foreign, as well as the general public, through enabling whistleblowers to report any concerns about investing in Uganda. The electronic portal guides investors with important and necessary information on investing in Uganda. It also offers a quick reporting and enforcement mechanism while ensuring real-time feedback. The Uganda Electronic Investors Protection Portal gives you access to authentic information and resources that are designed to help you make informed investment decisions, and avoid common pitfalls.
To access the portal, log on to protection.statehouseinvest.go.ug or visit our website www.statehouseinvest.go.ug. Email us on info@statehouseinvest.go.ug or call us on 0326 100630. Visit our office at Lumumba Avenue, Plot 51B, Nakasero Hill, Kampala, Uganda. The State House Investors Protection Unit, empowering investors.
The energy of this land was born in the hearts of these men, of these women. It comes to life in the power of these colors and the memory of these scents. The energy of this land comes from here. It comes from Africa, and it vibrates in each of us.
And powered by Africa.
Oryx Gas, powered by Africa.
Eno bwenumanga nywako kumiruta imwera nga nozako bwenva mutuliro mu mironga nywako mu ofisi yakwafinera zemunywerayo hydration time yeye kakwenywako the only water that can quench my thirst, yeah. Aquafina we are good. Aquafina hydration that is good. With essential and good. Aquafina is my drinking water, my love.
In the production process of Aquafina, we expertly filter every drop, providing clear and perfect tasting water to help you keep hydrated with the added benefit of minerals. Aquafina is bottled by Pepsi Cola International in Uganda and is available at only 1,000 shillings.
Well, welcome everyone to the biggest game on the continent.
And you have to. You've got to just seize those moments and enjoy them as much as you possibly can.
When it is KB o'clock, you need more from your voice bundles. That's why MTN is offering you more minutes across all networks that don't expire. Buy the new 90-minute Freedom Bundle at 5K or the 200-minute bundle at 10K and just with no limit. Katiteri ate, no excuses. Make the call now. Dial *100*21# or use the My MTN app and enjoy your Freedom Bundle today. MTN. Together we are unstoppable. Terms and conditions apply. MTN is regulated by the Uganda Communications Commission.
Naam, Sadakta mpenzi mtazamaji popote ulipo, wakati ni sasa. Hayawi huwa yamekuwa yamefanyika, yametendeka na yamechambuliwa. Mkutano wa Non-Aligned Movement umefanyika na vile vile marais kuzungumza. Kwa haya na mengine usiondoke. Jina langu ni Saddam Mubale, na tukienda moja kwa moja hadi habari yetu ya kwanza ya siku ya leo, ni kwamba Rais wa Baraza Kuu la Umoja wa Mataifa Dennis Francis amelalamikia kuongezeka kwa machafuko kwenye ukanda wa Gaza na kutoa wito kupitia mkutano wa Non-Aligned Movement kutumia ushawishi wa kongamano hilo na kusitisha mauaji ambayo yanaendelea katika ukanda wa Gaza. Hii hapa habari kwa undani.
This unacceptable moral, legal and humanitarian failure and demands an immediate end to the unjust war against the Palestinian people and for the immediate implementation of the two-state solution. I again express the African Union's full and unwavering support to the Palestinian people, and as a non-aligned movement, we should all demand stand for international justice and international law for all people fighting for freedom and dignity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the early days of the movement, its actions were key factors in the decolonization process, while later led to the attainment of freedom and independence of many countries across the globe. Throughout its history, the non-aligned movement has played a fundamental role in the preservation of world peace and security. You would agree with me, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that the founders of NAM have preferred to declare it as a movement instead of an organization in order to avoid bureaucratic implications of the latter and to reinforce its values as a movement for political and social justice. The membership criteria formulated during the preparatory conference in Cairo, Egypt in 1961 shows that the movement was not conceived to play a passive role in the international politics, but to formulate its own positions in an independent manner so as to reflect the interests of its member states. Much has been achieved, but we continue to face many challenges, old and new. Current challenges facing NAM include the necessity of protecting the principles of international law, eliminating weapons of mass destruction, combating terrorism, defending human rights, working towards making the United Nations more effective in meeting the needs of all its member states in order to preserve international peace, security, and development, as well as justice in the international economic system. The climate change crisis is a new but urgent global challenge. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa has surmounted numerous challenges in the past from which the continent has learned key lessons as it gears up to build the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve, as outlined in our Continental Development Agenda, Agenda 2063. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, launched by the African Union, represents a global market of more than 1.3 billion people to boost intra-African trade, but also with the world to deepen cooperation for shared affluence. Despite this progress made, many African countries are still facing different forms and magnifications of terrorism, as well as transnational organized crime that risk to undo the important developmental gains on the continent. Africa is now a member of the G20, a key global platform to express the views of the continent with the rest of the world. However, the reform of international global political, financial, and economic institutions to ensure global equity remains a priority for Africa and the global South.
Naam, samahani, huyo ni mwakilishi wa Umoja wa Mataifa. Tukienda moja kwa moja kwa habari nyingine ni kwamba Azerbaijan imekabidhi wenyekiti wa muungano wa vuguvugu la Non-Aligned Movement kwa Uganda, na kabla ya kufanya makabidhiano hayo kwa Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, waziri wa mambo ya nje wa Azerbaijan ambaye alimwakilisha rais wa nchi hiyo alitaka Uganda kufanya juhudi za kuimarisha umoja wa nchi katika nchi husika za NAM, lakini pia Jamhuri ya Azerbaijan ilijiunga na muungano wa NAM mwaka wa 2011.
We should stay united in the face of existing and growing challenges and endeavor to make our movement be capable of and sufficiently equipped in coping with them. 4 years ago, at the 18th summit of the NAM held in Baku, the Republic of Azerbaijan assumed the chairmanship of the movement, which I can proudly say in the past few years have become one of the key players in international relations. As the outgoing chair of the non-aligned movement, Azerbaijan has spared no efforts towards further increasing the effectiveness of and strengthening unity within the movement. I truly believe that the Kampala summit will become a privileged opportunity for us to take stock of the progress of our work achieved since NAM Baku summit and to further advance the objectiveness set therein. Before starting our deliberations, I want to draw your attention to the following. The list of leaders of the non-aligned movement member states who passed away since the 18th summit of the non-aligned movement held in Baku, the Republic of Azerbaijan, on 25-26 October 2019, has been circulated among all delegations. I invite all participants of this summit to stand and observe a minute of silence in tribute to the memory of those who lost their lives. We can now proceed to our deliberations. The provisional agenda for the summit has been circulated among all delegations. Can I consider that there are no objections to the agenda? That seems to be the case, and the agenda of the summit is hereby adopted. Excellencies, I am also delighted to share that during Azerbaijani chairmanship, we had certain milestone achievements towards enlargement of the movement. During our chairmanship, the non-aligned movement has been expanded in both its membership and observer composition. At the mid-term NAM Ministerial Summit held in Baku, the Russian Federation was granted an observer status in the movement. At the ministerial meeting of NAM Coordinating Bureau held in Baku in July 2023, we have agreed to forward the request of South Sudan, the only non-NAM member state from African continent, for full-fledged membership in the non-aligned movement to the Kampala summit. Admission of the South Sudan will be the first expansion of NAM membership in 13 years, bringing the number of member states to 121. This proves a growing validity and increased importance of our movement in the international relations system. Excellencies, these were some highlights from multidimensional and intense activities of Azerbaijani NAM chairmanship from 2019 to 2024.
Naam, alikuwa ni waziri wa mambo ya nje wa Azerbaijan akitoa hotuba yake kabla ya kukabidhi wanachama katika kongamano la vuguvugu la mataifa yasiyoegemea upande wowote, yani non-aligned movement. Na tukienda katika habari nyingine ni kwamba makabiliano ya NAM kutoka kwa waziri wa mambo ya nje Jahum Beiramov kwa niaba ya rais wa nchi hiyo kwenda kwa Rais Museveni yalifanyika wakati wa mkutano wa kilele wa NAM katika Speaks Resort Munyonyo, na yalikuwa ishara kubwa inayoonyesha utayari wa Uganda kuchukua jukumu hilo.
Excellencies, at this historic moment, after 4 years of proudly chairing the movement, we are handing over the chairmanship to the Republic of Uganda with a rich, substantial and institutional legacy. We are confident that Uganda will spare no effort towards further enhancing the role and visibility of the movement and strengthening unity among its member states. I would like to reiterate that although our chairmanship came to an end, our passion and determination for the success of NAM will always remain strong. We will continue to contribute to a just cause pursued by the movement within the NAM Troika. I wish the distinguished friends from Uganda all the best in their chairmanship and express our readiness to extend all the necessary support in this process. Azerbaijan is proud to take over a new important international responsibility. In fall 2024, Baku will be hosting the 29th Conference of Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. As the host of COP29, we rely on precious support by the NAM member states and look forward to welcoming you to Azerbaijan. I thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item in the agenda is election by acclamation of the chair of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State and Government of NAM. I propose the distinguished delegations to elect by acclamation His Excellency Mr. Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, as chair of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State and Government of NAM. So I declare His Excellency Mr. Yoweri Museveni as the chair of the 19th Summit of the Heads of State and Government of NAM. I invite His Excellency to assume his chairmanship. The floor is yours, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much.
Naam, hayo ndiyo makabidhiano ya wanachama ya wenyekiti samahani ambao ulifanyika. Na tukirejelea habari yetu ya kwanza ni kwamba rais wa Baraza Kuu la Umoja wa Mataifa Dennis Francis amelalamikia kuongezeka kwa machafuko kwenye ukanda wa Gaza ambao umesababisha vifo vya watoto na wanawake. Rais alisema mkuu wa Umoja wa Mataifa kwamba mkutano wa NAM unapaswa kufanya kila iwezalo kuona kwamba mambo hayo au vita ambavyo vinaendelea katika ukanda wa Gaza vinasitishwa.
Our world is beset with profound, multifaceted challenges which demand creativity and consensus building to fashion effective solutions. Unhappily, it is precisely in the opposite direction that we are headed. Widening inequalities are breeding fresh grievances, while mistrust and geopolitical competition are hampering efforts to realize our aspirations of achieving sustainable development by 2030. In Ukraine, the Middle East, And here in Africa, crises and conflicts are laying bare the limits of the multilateral system, raising legitimate questions as to the relevance and value of the United Nations itself in terms of its ability to resolve global issues, and whether we, as a global community, can deliver the promise of peace and prosperity for all. There is no doubt that the world is deeply fragmented, complicating the mission and undermining the traditional mechanisms adopted by the United Nations in addressing major problems. And while we must, out of necessity, engage in introspection and adopt more effective strategies and methods to achieve delivery and meaningful impact, the one thing we must work hard to avoid is the loss of our ability to find common purpose and to act decisively when the moment demands it. I must tell you that I am deeply concerned and indeed dismayed about the ongoing calamity in the Gaza Strip. And so I call upon this movement to exert its influence in bringing a halt to the carnage that we are haplessly witnessing. That situation behoves us to ask, how much is enough? And does the very concept of enough even exist in this setting? Looking to the future of the region, I reiterate my urgent call on all parties to refrain from any action that could further spill over into neighboring countries. The General Assembly, encompassing the voice of the vast majority of member states, has been clear. In that regard, I renew the demand for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire and for the release of all hostages. This stands as the only credible course of action to authentically address, let alone resolve, this conflict. The wanton prosecution of violence only inspires intergenerational and cyclical appetites for retribution and reprisal. After various iterations of war over several decades, I am convinced that a negotiated political solution is the sole path through which both Israelis and Palestinians will see realized their fundamental right to a life of peace based on the two-state solution. As President of the General Assembly, I will support and encourage any and all initiatives to that end. You can count on me to remain steadfast in that commitment. It is precisely for these reasons that I chose peace as the first of 4 priorities of my presidency, reflecting its foundational importance as a prerequisite for achieving prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. The history of NAM itself teaches us important lessons that remain valid today, bearing in mind that the movement was formed at a time of unprecedented global division, when the world appeared to be on the brink. Given NAM's commitment to and advocacy for peace, representing more than half of the global population, it has an indispensable role in guiding our world pragmatically towards a more secure, more just, and more prosperous future for all, where
Naam, na Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni ameshikilia msimamo wake kwamba dunia inapaswa kuzingatia kushughulikia matatizo ya kawaida ya binadamu kupitia biashara, teknolojia na sayansi ili kukabiliana na masuala ya binadamu. Masuala ya mazingira, uhalifu na ugaidi vile ameyazungumzia na amesisitiza kuheshimiwa kwa haki za kimsingi za binadamu na mamlaka na uadilifu wa kimaeneo ya mataifa yote. Maneno haya yalitolewa baada ya kushika uongozi kama mwenyekiti wa vuguvugu lisilofungamana na upande wowote, yani non-aligned movement. Hapa habari kwa undani na mwenzetu Bella Masangano.
Rais Yoweri Kaguta Museveni amechukua rasmi wadhifa wa wenyekiti wa vuguvugu lisilofungamana na upande wowote wa NAM kwa muda wa miaka 3 ijayo. Alipokea uongozi kutoka kwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Azerbaijan, mwenyekiti wa zamani wa vuguvugu hilo ambaye aliwakilishwa na waziri wa mambo ya nje wa Azerbaijan. Mwenyekiti huyo wa zamani wa vuguvugu hilo alitoa wito wa umoja ili kukabiliana na upinzani na changamoto zinazoongezeka. Azerbaijan tangu kuandikishwa kwake kwa NAM mwaka 2011 imekuwa na jukumu muhimu katika uhusiano wa kimataifa, kuimarisha umoja ndani ya harakati kwa kutetea kanuni za sheria za kimataifa. Uongozi wa Azerbaijan ulionyesha imani kwa uongozi ujao wa Rais Yoweri Museveni kuongoza ajenda za vuguvugu hilo. Rais Museveni aliitaja NAM kama suluhu la lazima kwa mgawanyiko usio na mantiki wa ulimwengu kati ya nchi za kibepari za magharibi na kikomunisti, hasa nchi za mashariki. Alisisitiza kwamba ukoloni wa moja kwa moja wa Afrika ulichochewa na nguvu mbaya za kibeberu kupitia aina za biashara ya utumwa ambayo ilizidishwa na machifu na wafalme ambao hawakuweza kuungana na kupigana na madhalimu. Rais alisisitiza kuchagua uchumi wa kisiasa, kugundua sheria za kimsingi zinazoongoza mwendo wa jamii kutoka mfumo mmoja wa kijamii hadi mwingine. Hatua hii iligundua kuwa mwanadamu aliyeibuka barani Afrika ndiye aliyekuwa mwigizaji mkuu na alikabiliana na dhuluma kwa asili, ikiwemo mafuriko, ukame, magonjwa, wanyamapori, tetemeko la ardhi na kadhalika. Rais Museveni alisema kuwa jamii zinazoendelea katika sayansi na teknolojia zinaweka msingi wa mabadiliko chanya ya kijamii na zinapaswa kuhimizwa nchi zinazoendelea kufuata mkondo huo kama njia mwafaka ya maendeleo. Aliongeza kwamba ulimwengu unapaswa kushughulikia matatizo ya kimsingi ambayo yanaathiri wananchi ulimwengu na kuomba nchi husika kuondoa vikwazo vya kibiashara. Rais Museveni pia alitaka mataifa kuheshimu mipaka na masuala ya ndani ya mataifa mengine.
Na kando na mazungumzo ya rais, tukienda katika idara ya walinda usalama ya trafiki, inasema kwamba idara ya usalama barabarani imesifu jamii kwa ushirikiano wake katika kufuata masharti ya muda ya barabara yaliyowekwa kama mwongozo kuelekea wakati wa mkutano wa non-aligned movement. Mkurugenzi wa idara hiyo Lawrence Niwabine amearifu kwamba hakuna tatizo lolote lililotokea kwenye barabara ambazo zilitengwa kwa ajili ya wageni ambao walikuwa wanatarajia kutoka nchi ya wanachama za NAM. Bwana Nwabine ametoa wito wa ushirikiano zaidi kutoka kwa jamii kwa ujumla hadi pale wageni hawa watakapoondoka nchini humo.
As we planned, the traffic plan is going on very, very well. We have not closed any road. We have diverted traffic, and we had horde of points for the traffic flow. This has enabled us not to cause a lot of congestion in town, and where there has been congestion, it has been temporary. After the motorcades leave, we clear that congestion. I'm grateful to the public, motorists, that they are behaving very well. I would like to appeal to them to continue behaving and using the roads, minding about other road users, but especially the moving motorcades that are coming from the airport, going to several hotels, and also going to the summit venue, Speak Resort Munyonyo. I will appeal to the cyclists. These ones we call boda boda. The boda boda leaders, I appeal to you to continue talking to several of these riders that they should also behave. Otherwise, we shall also use other methods and we can discipline them, but after impounding their motorcycles. That is the level we would not like to go to when the boda riders continue behaving well. But where we see them diverting from the normal use of the road, we shall not hesitate. We shall impound them and discipline them. The traffic management has been good, and we hope we shall come out of this operation when we have not registered any road crash along the summit route and also along other routes used by delegates. I appeal to the motoring public to wake up early or to plan their journey early enough. And if they are going to the Entebbe International Airport, they should move early, maybe as 3 hours before their flights. We have, the airport is not closed, it is open, so we appeal to those with flights to really move early enough so that they can catch their flights. We shall not inconvenience motorists, but where the motorcades are moving, we shall hold on that traffic, and that hold off we can inconvenience for a short time. That short time is manageable, and we appeal to the motoring public to respect the movement of the motorcades, such that we do not have a road crash, and we come out of this operation when we are all happy and having sent the visitors back to their respective countries. Compliance has been good, and the measure of this compliance is that we have not got many offenders on the summit route and the other routes used by the delegates in the town. I thank you very much.
Naam, na habari hiyo ya walinda usalama kutoka idara ya trafiki na kunja jamvi letu la UBC habari siku ya leo, lakini na kuhimiza kwamba usiondoke kwa sababu kuna mengi tu ambayo tumekuandalia haswa katika wenzetu wa lugha ya Kiganda na vile vile ya Kiingereza kuhusiana na haya yote ambayo yanaendelea nchini katika mkutano wa NAM. Kwa sasa ni hayo tu. Mimi ni Sadamu Bale, usiku mwanana.
Get value for your money by choosing the right paint. With Global Paints, you don't just paint, but paint for generations to come. Make Global Paints a paint of choice and make your building a paradise. We have weather coat emulsion, undercoat emulsion, silk vinyl emulsion, flat emulsion, super gloss and high gloss. Global Paint, a reliable product.
It's super fast internet. Oh, it's a super camera. It's a super battery.
Fun battery phone.
Yeah, it's a super deal. Get the Kabode Super from MTN now at a reduced initial deposit of only 49,000 shillings and pay the balance in Pola for as low as 833 shillings per day. Grab this Super Kabode deal and get 2 GB of free MTN data every month for 8 months. Get the Kabode Super now from any MTN shop countrywide. Everywhere you go, MTN.
Regulated by UCC.
Start the new year in style with a variety of wine products from K Roma Uganda Limited. Bella Sweet Red Wine, Bella Pruko Wine, Bella Alta Wine, Bella Royal Dry Wine, Bella Passion Fruit Wine, Bella Hibiscus Juice, Bella Hibiscus Soft Drink, Bella Hibiscus Tea, among others. Available in all shops and supermarkets countrywide. K Roma Uganda Limited, the producers of Bella Wines, are located in Chirabulindo, Chira Municipality. For more information, call 0772 506 155 or 0704 161 398. Bella Wines, savor the taste.
Chimanyiddwa buli 14 February omwaka gwonna ebeera Valentine eyalunigidde kuba ndala nnyo. Tugenda kubeera mu Love Legends Valentine ne Victor Rose ku Kingdom Kampala ng'abanaakeerako okusasula bajja kusasula omutwalo gumu ate abalala emitwalo 2 VIP emitwalo 5 abanaakeerako okusasula emmeeza bajja kusasula kakadde ate wali ku mulyango $2,000,000 mujje twekuba ma love ku Kingdom Kampala ku Valentine's Day ne Victor Rose
Nebiwagirwa Star TV
UBC, inspiring Uganda.